Morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 3rd Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting. At this time, I'd like to call forward the Reverend David Fryer for invocation. Reverend, thank you for being here this morning.
Nice to be here. May we gather in prayer. O Lord, you have created us in all our diversity, and you have placed us in community. In particular, this beautiful oceanfront community called Dare County. We have been blessed in many ways. We are gathered here today to do the work of governing, the challenge of bringing together this wonderful diversity into a nurturing community, a place where we can all live and grow. May we first give thanks for all our public servants who work diligently and competently to manage the infrastructure and services that allow us to live safely in this community. This morning, be with those who have been elected to serve our community as its governors. Keep them mindful of the continuing task of unifying, caring, and nurturing each of our fellow citizens. Be with them in their deliberations. Give them ears to hear clearly, minds to think clearly, and a spirit of service dedicated to the common good. At the same time, be with all our fellow citizens. May we be responsive to the leadership of these, our elected leaders. May we also share in our personal lives the same tasks and goals that we have entrusted to our leaders. And finally, may we all be blessed, and may we all serve the common good. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. May we stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just like to recognize our school superintendent, Steve Bassnight's here with us this morning. I believe we got two Board of Education members here this morning as well. Susan Bothwell, Ron Payne, thank y'all all for being here. They're pointing to somebody else. I can't. David, I didn't see you all the way in the back. Our chair, David Twitty, he's here with us this morning as well. Thank y'all for being here. County Manager?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, item 1 on the agenda is the chairman's opening remarks.
Okay, I just have one item this morning to address with you. As most of you are aware, we're upgrading our EMS facilities throughout Dare County. The board's voted to spend some $42 million replenishing our stations. We did Southern Shores recently, and this afternoon, we'll be celebrating the completion of the EMS Station 7 here on Roanoke Island, which is the home of the Dare Med Flight helicopter. This board has made it a priority to provide funding to have the best emergency medical system anywhere. And we're really, really proud to be able to make this ribbon cutting this afternoon. So once again, another station, new station coming online, and we'll have others down the road, but just wanted to mention that to you this morning. Very proud of what this board has agreed to make happen for our EMS facilities. County Manager?
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 2 on the agenda. This is the service pins where we recognize our staff. This morning we have 2 people. First, we have Kimberly Watson to receive a 10-year pin from Chief Jenny Collins.
Welcome this morning, ladies.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, County staff, and thank you for the Station 7 ribbon cutting today. We are grateful for the Commissioner's support with EMS and looking forward to this afternoon. I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Kim Walston, who is receiving her 10-year pin today. Kim's originally from Pennsylvania. Her father was a firefighter and always wanted to make sure that the encouraged his children to give back to the community. And so being around that type of environment, she was directed toward EMS and felt a calling for that. At 16, she became a junior EMT in Pennsylvania, and at 18 became a senior EMT. She did a stint in the Air Force in 2002. She thought she was going to be a combat medic, but ended up as civil engineer. And then after that, she met her husband and they moved to North Carolina, where she attained her North Carolina EMT. In 2006, that's when she had that, and she started working in Hyde County EMS. 2007, she advanced her certification to an EMT intermediate, or what we call an advanced EMT now. 2009, she moved on to Chowan County. In 2014, she decided to become a paramedic, and that's when Dare County got a hold of her. And with Dare, she's been very active. She's participated representing our department in the state's paramedic competition in the past. She's a field training officer, so taking our new employees and getting them through the orientation and used to providing Dare County protocols. She's also an instructor in several things, CPR and Stop the Bleed. And in 2002, she was promoted to a lieutenant, where she's a frontline supervisor and she staffs one of the quick response vehicles. She is married. Zach is here with her today, I saw, and they have 5 girls. The oldest is 24 and the youngest is 16-year-old twins. So Kim,
Wow.
congratulations,
Thank
a
you.
lot of more years. So thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
Next, we have Sectina Tran to receive her 25-year pin from Danielle Stein.
Welcome, ladies.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this is Tina Tran, who I am so blessed to have on our staff. So 25 years of service is an absolute testimony to Tina's dedication with the in-home aid program with social services. Along with working as a full-time in-home aide outside of work, Tina is active with her church community and very proud of her granddaughter, Amaya. With all those years of service, her sense of kindness and compassion are attributes she has shown to numerous clients she has helped over the years. Tina has a deeply rooted compassion and connection to others, and this is a skill that cannot be taught. Tina's kind-heartedness goes above and beyond her duties as an in-home aide with her clients. For several of our clients, she is truly a part of the family. When I've made visits in clients' homes, I have seen photos of her with her clients just as she is part of the family. With the longevity of care she provides, she helps the clients through the good and bad times. When a client goes home to God, she has been present at funerals supporting the client's family members. She truly goes above and beyond. The passion and service that she provides to the residents of Dare County far exceeds the standards of care and treats her clients as her own family. Tina is truly a team player. Her thoughtfulness is always constant. She always checks on her coworkers to see how they're doing, and she brings goodies to staff meetings. She has been an important part of the aides' lives as well. An example of such a connection is she was a bridesmaid in the wedding of a fellow coworker, which was 14 years ago. This friendship with her coworkers has been unwavering throughout the years. When Tina arrives to work, we hear her squeals of delight in the morning, and this lets everyone know it's going to be a good day. She always tries to bring a smile to anyone she sees, and her smile is contagious. I hope she realizes what an asset she is to me and all the aides. So I'm trying to get through this. It is with great pride that I present this 25-year service pin to Tina. This recognition reflects the county's appreciation for her dedicated years of service and is a symbol of her professional achievements. I also want to express my personal appreciation for your accomplishments with these many, many years of service. Tina, please know that you're an important member of our team. Dedicated and loyal employees are hard to find. Your abilities and contributions are the basis for our program and our success. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Try to keep it together.
Bobby, before we go to employee of the month, just reminded me when Jenny Collins came up, that I had the honor of attending a graduation for EMS folks. Just the just the other week, some 11, Jenny, I believe it was 11, and 7 of those 11 are coming to work for Dare County. You would not believe this is a 7-month program. Then they have to take a state exam, and incredible folks went through that program. And like I say, we're excited. 7 of those 11 will be coming to work for Dare County. So it's pretty impressive. And congratulations, Jenny. I know you've struggled over the years to, be fully staffed, but this is a step in the right direction. So just wanted to mention that. And I also just noticed this morning, by looking out in the audience, we have our former clerk is in the audience this morning, Cheryl Anby. Cheryl, thank you for being here. Served us well. Bobby?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, now we come to the Employee of the Month, and I have the pleasure of making that presentation this morning. Usually when we do the Employee of the Month, whoever the department head that comes up comes and tells you about the story they had to make up to convince the person receiving the award to come, and they're surprised and they don't know what's happening because they were fibbed to get them here. And I'm lucky I didn't have to do that this morning. Our Employee of the Month is here, as he's here at every meeting. And if Matt would come up here, please.
Hey.
You all know Matt Hester, our Employee of the Month. He was just up here, a couple of meetings ago where we gave him his service pin for the time that he served here. And we talked about all the good work that he did and really gave all the accolades. Better than what I could say is what the nominating people said about him, about his work ethic, about his dedication, about all the things that he did. And I'll read those to you. They're not very long. The first one says, as the IT director of the Dare County, Matt has consistently gone above and beyond in his role as the IT director. He's always within a phone call away at any time of the day or night if an issue arises pertaining to the dispatch of our systems as a whole. Within minutes of the issue, he is either already aware of the issue or quickly diagnosed the issue or arriving on the site after hearing of the issue. He constantly reaches out to us to see how IT can be of help to our center. He is also a massive teacher. The amount of knowledge he possesses is incredible. He is also always willing to share that knowledge. He's an amazing asset to our agency and to our county. Another nominee wrote, Matt Hester is truly a hero behind the scenes. He is tasked with keeping up with all of the newest technology and implementing it throughout the county. Each department has such unique needs, and he has to factor in all the programs, employees, and equipment, new needs, new or old, for each individual. Matt is on call 24/7 and has formed amazing relationships with all the departments, towns, and other agencies. If he doesn't have the answer, he will use his resources and get back to you. He has a fantastic team that helps him the way, and they go above and beyond to keep the county working. Just like some other departments, they don't realize how much Matt does until a piece of technology isn't working, and then you see him spring into action. Everything's from phones, computers, printers, networks, all the computer systems and programs, faxes, security, backup systems, and redundant backup systems, emails, and training, and many other things are part of his domain. Matt works diligently to ensure the security of Dare County's many networks and trains all employees on how to recognize threats to the system and the best cybersecurity practices to utilize. Matt prefers to be in the background. However, he deserves to be recognized due to the fact that this county couldn't complete any of its goals to serve its residents and visitors without his expertise and knowledge. He's a great teacher and a mentor and always shares what he has learned to make everyone better. I couldn't say it better. We live that every day. If I brought our 16 department heads up there and said, tell us about it, they would say what I just read. So Matt, great job, well-deserved, and thank you for all that you do for Dare County. before your desk. That brings us to public comment. Before we go into public comment, if those of you that received recognition this morning, please go out through this door to have a picture made. On the agenda this morning, we have 4 opportunities for public input. One is the public comment, which we're about to start. We also have public hearing with regard to the fiscal year 2025 budget. We have a public hearing with regard to zoning text amendments for the Martins Point commercial area, and we have a public hearing with regard to a zoning text amendment, section 22-32.2 for the MHA zoning district. If you're here for any of those public hearings, please wait until we call those to give your public comments. If you're here about anything else, now is the time to do that. At public comment, if you haven't signed up, raise your hand. I'll recognize you. When I do, please come to the podium, state your name. You'll have 5 minutes to make your comments. There's a green light that will come on the podium when your time begins. There's a yellow light that will come on when you have about a minute left. And when the red light comes on, you need to conclude your remarks. First on the list, I have Ada Hobble.
Welcome this morning, Ada.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. And my name is Aida Havel from Salvo, and I'm sorry Matt Hester isn't in here because I would like to add my congratulations to him and thanks for his service. When I served on the Board of Elections, he was just so instrumental in helping us do our job competently and professionally. And I know the Board of Elections in Dare County could not run without his help. And so I add my congratulations and thanks to the county for acknowledging him as Employee of the Month. I think he's great. Second, I want to thank you for keeping the pressure on the Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Buxton Beach mess. I hope you will continue to keep the pressure on. As you know, after you all facilitated the public meeting in Buxton, the Army Corps of Engineers removed one 70 to 80 foot pipe at a cost of approximately $525,000. Then they left. They took soil samples and they said they'd let us know the result of the soil samples. And I believe they said something about a 10-day turnaround. I don't know if y'all have heard anything. I haven't heard anything. I urge you to keep the pressure on. Removing one pipe is not going to be enough. And I don't think much will happen without official pressure. And we have no idea when they'll return. Second, third, I guess I'd like to talk to you about another topic, and that is the upcoming Juneteenth celebration. Juneteenth is the newest federal holiday. It's been in existence 4 years, and it commemorates the date that the last slaves became aware of the Emancipation Proclamation. President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation sometime in 1862, and it became effective on January 1st, 1863. And that New Year's Eve, they had something called Watch Night, where everybody was watching, and when the clock ticked into 1863, everybody rejoiced, and the slaves were finally free. However, the slaves in Texas, and particularly in Galveston, Texas, did not discover that they had been freed by the Emancipation Proclamation until June 19th, 1865, 2.5 years later, when Union troops came in and let them know. So Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. It has been a federal holiday for 4 years. And I have attended each of the previous 3 celebrations that have been here in Dare County, and I have been uplifted and inspired by them in unexpected ways. It has really pained me not to see a single county commissioner, mayor, or town council person at these celebrations, other than, I believe, one town manager year before last and one town council person last year. This lack of attendance is even harder for me to understand in light of the fact that we have an outstanding local talent, Tashambi Selby, who returns each year and gives a riveting and moving musical performance. Tashambi grew up in Manteo, received a degree in musical performance from Elizabeth State University, and now regularly performs with the New York Metropolitan Opera. I encourage and invite you to come to this year's Juneteenth celebration on June 19th at the Pea Island Cookhouse in Manteo at 5:30 p.m. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. Thank you.
Next is Catherine Fagan.
Welcome this morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to revisit an issue I was here on at another time, and it is the closing of Roosevelt Street. It was my understanding that there was no motion made. I looked at the video of the last meeting, and nothing was done with regard to it. However, let me review this again. Number one, if the application ticks all the boxes and there's no legal reason for not closing it, it should be closed. The subdivision behind me, I was told at the time, when hundreds of people showed up fighting that subdivision, that there was nothing the county could do because they had ticked all the boxes and therefore they had to approve it. They could not approve it. Well, in my case with the street, there is nothing, when you look at the statute, it ticks all those boxes. So since it totally comports with the statute, you have to find another reason to try and turn it down. And one of the reasons that you might try to suggest would be safety. If you look at the street that was closed previous to this request, that was Washington Street. You're comparing apples to apples. There is absolutely no reason why, if Washington Street could be closed, that Roosevelt Street can be closed. There is no lack of ingress or egress to the houses behind me. The majority of the houses on that road, are way down at the other end of the road, where there are at least 4 other streets where it could be accessed, one of which is paved. And that is where if something was going to happen, that's where you would be going. With regard to the Washington Street, that road, if it had been opened, would be actually a safety benefit to the middle school because it would go right past the main valves. So if you're looking for fire safety, fire hazard safety, that street shouldn't have been closed. So that means that maybe that's what you're saying about my street, although I don't know because nobody tells me. They just watch me give this presentation. But if it's fire, my house burned down in 2014. There was a fire hydrant in front of my house. That house still burnt down in 2014. Roosevelt Street being paved or not paved or being cut through had nothing to do with it. Burned down. And then when I finally decide to stay and rebuild my home, now they're trying to take away a part of it. They're trying to take away the land that's been used as part of that property since the 40s. There are other properties that have burned down without any regard to that. Look at the Oasis. Look at Lone Cedar. And how about the most recent one in Mans Harbor? What about road access? There was no problem with road access. If there was a fire on a house behind me, there is not going to be a road access problem. You're going to go down further on the street and you're going to come up. And there's only, like I said, only a couple of houses that would even be anywhere near where Roosevelt Street is. The rest are all down at the other end, much closer to other streets that would make much more sense for any kind of emergency vehicles to take. Denying the closing of this street is arbitrary and capricious. I'd like to know how it can be, how you can consider it anything but arbitrary and capricious. And as such, you cannot not close it. So what I want to know is, does this board represent all of us, or does it just represent the lucky few? Things are done behind the scene. There should be, if you wanted to talk about closing a street, there was a street on the church property off the highway there that went from the highway all the way down to the Sound. Somehow, before they started building that road, that was miraculously closed. How did that happen? There were no zoning signs. There were no signs saying that they were going to close it. All I'm asking is that this board follow the law. And if there's any reason why this street cannot be closed, or that you think it cannot be closed, that I be allowed to address the issue. And I ask you to please close the street for all the for safety issues. I have a deaf child who lives next door, and that family would love to see this street closed. So there is no danger to their child, who is, I think, a year and a half now, almost 2. So please follow the law. Please close my street. Thank you.
Next is Adrian Palmer.
Welcome, Ms. Palmer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adrian Palma, and I've been a resident of Manio since 2005. I know you voted unanimously to move forward with the early college that has an estimated cost of $25 million. Although the funds for the construction of the building will come from lottery money and state funds, what is the plan for ongoing expenses? As a longtime educator and lifelong learner, I fully support programs to enhance and challenge our students. My question is, why is there a need for a building when students are already taking college classes? Did you do your due diligence in fully researching this proposal and speaking with school staff and parents throughout the community? I formally request the research and data used to make this unanimous decision be shared publicly. I also ask you to take a pause on this, review your data, and rework the budget. I had the opportunity to speak to people across the county, and I wanted to share their feedback. Number one, we are not Currituck. Number two, why are we spending an exorbitant amount of money on a building when at the present time we cannot even take care of the existing school building issues involving serious health concerns? Number three, do we realistically expect students to travel to and from Hatteras Island daily, and then on top of that, be back in time in the afternoon to participate in after-school activities? Number four, all we hear is that Dare County is one of 17 counties without an early college. Has anyone contacted any of those other counties to ask questions? Number five, how many construction companies submitted a bid? And number six, the goal should be to focus on AP classes, not an early college. So now I would like to go back and segue to the old swimming hole. You know, I love swimming at the Y, but there's nothing better than swimming in open water. If we have funds to keep our buildings maintained, are there other funds available? I formally request funds be allocated to enhance the old swimming hole. I am asking for a small portion of the county budget pie. Are we talking an estimated $500,000 or less? I request this project be included in your budget. This area is a treasure to our community and is well worth the investment. Clean it up, bring in more sand, secure the bulkheads, and post a sign before the hole or install buoys around a designated swimming area. Have you spoken with anyone at the Coastal Studies Institute or a coastal engineer for their input? Also, if there's no swimming there, then why is the triathlon still using the area for the swimming portion of the race? That is a double standard. Just like you have beach warning flags at the beaches, install a flag system there. The issue continues to be there is no place to swim on Roanoke Island with a lifeguard. Have you pursued another area on the island? Have you spoken with David Halleck about having a lifeguard at the beach at the end of Pear Pad Road? I recently spoke to David. He's open to this and is happy to continue the conversation. Again, as I stated in March, I'm happy to work with you to make the old swimming hole safe or find another location on Roanoke Island. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's work together to make this happen. Thank you.
Next is Pam Anderson.
Welcome this morning, Pam.
Good morning. It takes me no pleasure in being here this morning and making the comments that I'm about to make. But I feel like the individuals that are involved owe Dare County an explanation, and they need to correct what's going on with my comments. I recently filed a complaint with Dare County in regard to the Outer Banks SPCA, as well as the director, Mr. Coleman. Dare County has a lease agreement with this organization signed by Lori Armatucci, the then president. There is a new president now, Laurel Ann Hart. The contract has two provisions which the organization has to comply with. One is to provide the shelter's lost and found, adoption, and euthanasia policies established by the shelter to be attached to and made part of the contract. It isn't. I checked with Dorothy, the Dare County clerk, and she confirmed with me that these documents were not part of the lease agreement. The lease agreement is right here. I have it. I have all the paperwork. The other is the requirement that the society inform the public of the policy procedure for resolving any concerns or dissatisfaction with the operation of the county animal shelter and the animal care and control program. We don't have that public policy. I can't find it anywhere. The Outer Banks SPCA is not affiliated with, associated, or supported by any national SPCA organization. Therefore, they are not required to follow any recommended best practices as the national ASPCA recommends. The ASPCA recommends the American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines for euthanasia, and the North Carolina state law for licensed shelter requires the shelter to keep the policies on site. The AVMA recommends pet owners who choose euthanasia for their pets be given the choice of being with their pets. Our shelter does not allow that policy. The shelter has not provided any euthanasia policies in writing to the county as required. But Mr. Coleman emailed their policies to me. It is against shelter policy for a family who surrenders their pets for euthanasia to be with their pets. The family who chooses euthanasia at the shelter are not given the choice to be with their pets. They're required to surrender them, and the pet has to die alone with strangers. Furthermore, and I have the email here, which y'all can see from Mr. Coleman. Furthermore, Bill Coleman states that it is against state regulations for the shelter to return the euthanized pet to the family. That's a lie. There is no state regulation. I think Dare County deserves better, and they need truth and transparency with this shelter. A few months ago, Bill Coleman sent me an email which said the shelter would now be returning euthanized pets to their family. No explanation about how he had changed the law. Shortly after the policy change, a pet family brought their pet to the shelter for euthanasia, along with the cremation service. The pet passed prior to being euthanized, but the shelter still took possession of that pet and engaged in I call it an attempted cover-up. They tried to tell me that the surrender was voided. I asked for the policies. Nobody would ever give me any paperwork which said that surrender was voided. In February, while we still had the cremation contract, Mr. Coleman had our cremation service pull a shelter dog named Kyrie from the shelter communal cremation, had us return these ashes to a shelter staff person who had gotten close to this animal. But he won't do it for Dare County residents. This is not a he said, she said. Everything is in email and text messages. I have everything right here. We have an animal shelter that is being either governed by individuals who are unaware of the animal welfare and best practices or know and choose not to follow them. Dare County deserves a competent animal welfare organization which supports industry standards and best practices, that follows the North Carolina shelter licensing recommended guidelines. It's not a law. North Carolina requires them to have these guidelines on hand. And we need a shelter that's operated by individuals who are open and responsive to the concerns of our residents. I have tried for several years. I have sent emails to Lori. I have sent emails to the board. I get nothing in return. I sincerely hope that this board of commissioners, who I know are animal lovers to their core, have done everything right to fight for these animals. but I sincerely hope that you bring this shelter into compliance with their lease requirements and look at their euthanasia policies. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Debbie Swick.
Welcome,
Good
Ms.
morning, good
Welcome.
morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and county folks. My name is Debbie Swick. I am the creator of Band Balloon Releases in North Carolina. I am so thrilled and pleased to see it is on your agenda for consideration. Thank you, Commissioner House, for bringing it to our attention. Again, I will ask that you do a complete and full ban of all intentional helium balloon releases. This is another one. This was picked up 4 days ago. I am going to guess because it states happy birthday. It was not intentionally let go. It was accidentally let go. And again, I will ask that you consider implementing as well as a ban on all helium balloon releases done intentionally, that you prohibit balloons from being tied outdoors. As you know, we live in an extremely windy environment. Balloons that are tied like this will break free from their tethers, and they're going to take off. And all it takes is one of these balloons to affect our environment and to affect our beautiful wildlife, some of which are endangered and threatened. The amount of sea turtles this week that are passing away is devastating. And I don't know that they're from balloons, but the possibility does exist. So I do want to thank you for your consideration. I thank you for taking the time to make a statement. You are the first county in North Carolina that has positively reached back to me, and I expect that I will take this information and use it further to complete this mission. Senator Bobby Hanig does have it on the short session, and in the meantime, I'm going after the little fish with your help. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
That's all that I'm sorry, Elizabeth Granitsky.
Welcome this morning.
Thank you. Stay boo-boo. I have several things I'd like to talk about, and I've just written it a few minutes ago, so bear with me. I'm not sure who this is concerned to, Bobby Outen or whoever. I would like to know why the trash truck is backing up on my property on Gilbert Street. That is private property. Should I be charging you? Just because it's empty and has trees, it is no exception. The truck has created huge ruts and is destroying mine and my neighbor's property entrance. Please stop them from continuing to destroy our property. Rocks were put there also without permission or my knowledge to fill the hole they are creating. They also drive over my water well point line box, and that's just uncool. Where he turns around is not my problem, so stop making it my problem. The bike trail, here's another thing. The bike trail needs better trimming from going from Andy's Estate to Pettyman Curve. But the bike trail from Airport Road to the Lost Colony, where I've been walking since it was put there. I'm sick of all the trash. I don't mind cleaning it. Maybe I should get a salary. But mostly I'm more sick of the DOT just continuously blowing the trash and the pine straw into the side facing the trees, which makes it more dangerous for me not only to reach in and get the trash out. And also when the guys mow, they used to pick up the trash and now they just mow it and makes it into more pieces. The straw and everything and et cetera is getting higher and higher. Just like the Park Service, they used to clean it away, but now they just blow it and it's all the way up to my shoulders. Do y'all know what the problems are with this? It's a fire hazard and snake hazard. We've seen several snakes already. And now I'm finding out that it's creating rodent problems. Several walkers and bikers have seen these snakes and whatever, and we'd really like this to be taken care of. We have everything from pets to children, parents, and strollers with babies and bicyclists. And this is just creating more of a hazard. When the trail was first built, they used to pick up all the straw and dispose of it properly. Just like the Park Service, they used to pick it up and haul it away. Now it's just like, oh, we can just blow it up against the woods and that's okay. It is not okay. We pay taxes and expect this to be done. They have a job to do. We'd like for them to do the work. At my home on Airport Road, I have asked on numerous occasions to fill that road, the rut hole in the curb in front of my house, which is across from Malcolm's house. Y'all know where he lives. And first you filled it with dirt that I'm still pulling out trash and garbage and pieces of plastic, even nasty cloths and everything else. After that, y'all put in broken pieces of black pavement, and all that did was throw the rocks into my yard, which makes it almost impossible and dangerous when I cut my grass. And it also throws it into the road. And it's done nothing but dissipated and created a larger rut. Maybe we need to add concrete aprons. I don't know what the answer is, but I'll maybe do it myself. Somebody came out here recently and put some other kinds of rocks in front of Malcolm's, Isabel Warren's property, but they didn't put it in front of mine or Chris's, my neighbor. Long ago, police officers used to keep hitting that curb sign several times because people love to take that curve like it's the Indy 500. The county took down the sign because so many people hit it. But there again, that rut is bigger than ever, and I wish something could be done about it because it is very dangerous. Thank you.
That's all that I have signed up. Would anyone else like to speak at public comment this morning? Yes, sir. Come up and state your name, please.
Good morning, guys. Brian Harris from Buxton Civic Association. I just wanted to come and thank you guys all for that meeting on May 14th and kind of give you an update of where we are, what we're doing. We're still pursuing every avenue and every conversation we can. We've joined the Outer Banks Chamber of Commerce, and we're joining the Byway Conference. The Army Corps of Engineers, as you guys all know, they gave us lab results within 10 days, and it's been, we're pushing 20 now. We did hear back from them yesterday, and they said that they had misspoke. They don't know when the results will come out. So we will be filing under the Freedom of Information Act to request test results from all agencies. And we'd like to talk to you guys either about forming a Buxton task force or just getting this on the standing item agenda from here on out at the commissioners' meetings. And we just thank you guys for everything you've been doing. You guys got a lot going on, obviously. And I think you guys should all think about giving yourself raises. I talked to Commissioner Couch, and you guys are definitely underpaid. You got a lot going on. And I really appreciate you. So thank you.
Brian, let me, Aida brought this up, and it was shocking to me when I heard it from the Corps, the civilian that answered the question. It did not cost $525,000 to do that test. He misspoke because I went up to him after the meeting. I said, $525,000 to move a piece of pipe 70 to 80 feet long?
Yeah.
If you remember, the gentleman in the audience said, next time you need a pipe removed, call me.
Yeah.
Well, the 525 was the contract. That was not the total cost to do that. I'm still waiting for an answer from them on what the actual cost was. As soon as I find that out, I will let you guys know.
Okay. We appreciate you guys, everything you're doing for us. So thank you.
And we got it on our agenda. We're not backing off.
Yeah. No, I saw, we're a part of the email that Julie Youngman, the SCLC, and, I don't need to tell you where everything's at. I think we're doing a good job of everybody communicating as much as we can.
Right.
So that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak at public comment? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
I'm Bill Coleman. I'm the executive director of the SPCA. You've already heard my name a little earlier, and I felt like I need to address that. I wasn't planning to speak today, but I just want to say that there are lots of things that were misconstrued. First of all, I confirmed again with the department that licensed us in Raleigh that we are not allowed to return euthanized animals to their original owners. And I said, well, where is that? And they said, we go with, which I have copies of, the American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines for euthanasia of animals and the Humane Society of the United States. And ultimately, they say there's 3 ways to dispose of an animal. One is you ship it off to the dump. Number two is you have it rendered, which means they chop it up and use it for fertilizer. And the third is to what we currently do, which is to cremate it. And so anyways, the concern is if you give a euthanized animal back to the owner, it's full of chemicals and you can't trust them to bury it deep enough. So the state just says you cannot return those. And so basically we do communal euthanasias, and that's where the animals go. The other issue, just so you know the whole procedure, if someone wants to come in for an owner-intended euthanasia, they have to surrender that animal to us. We can't work on animals that are not owned by the shelter. So they surrender that to us and we euthanize it. And again, we have to dispose of the body like we would with any other of the animals that we euthanize. So I don't want to go pick piece by piece of what was said. I think it's slanderous what was said. The SPCA works very hard. The whole owner-intended euthanasia is not something that we have to do. It's something that we choose to do because there are people in this community that don't have the funds to get their animals euthanized at the vet. So anyways, I'm happy to, yes.
Mr. Coleman, do you have the capacity to incinerate a euthanized animal at the shelter?
No, we do not.
Where would incineration of an animal take place?
Well,
a euthanized animal.
We have a contract with Agape in Virginia Beach. They come down here and go to pretty much all the vets,
okay,
and they also stop by and pick up our animals.
Okay, it was said that an incinerated animal's remains were returned under some form of special request from you, but that an owner, you would refuse to return the incinerated ashes to an owner who had a dog euthanized or incinerated. That didn't make sense to me when Ms. Anderson was speaking. Why would we do that?
Well, you know, I mean, we have some animals that are long-term there, and my folks, it's kind of something we've done special for them to give them the remains of that particular animal. We pay extra for it.
So there's you don't block others if someone wanted to.
No. And you know, honestly, we've had 16 of these owner-intended euthanasias in 2023. And I can't remember any of them that wanted to go back there with their animal or wanted the remains returned.
I see.
It just doesn't happen.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Any other public comment this morning? Any public comment from Buxton?
No comment from us.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that would end the public comment. Before we move to the next agenda item, we need to take a minute or two break. Matt needs to upload something for the next agenda piece, and it'll take him a second to do that. So we'll take a break.
The Commissioners meeting back to order. Turn it over to the county manager.
Yes, sir. This is item 5 on the agenda. This is a public hearing with regard to the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. The rules of public comment will apply to this public hearing as well. On my sign-up sheet, the first person I have is Dennis Zagner.
Welcome, Mr. Zagger.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it. I learned so much when I come to these meetings and hear all these different comments about subjects I didn't know anything about. It's very, very rewarding. This morning, I'm here to provide comments about the early college funding that's going to be considered in this up and coming budget cycle. My name is Dennis Zanger. I'm a resident of the town of Duck, and I'm running for Dare County Board of Commissioners. Today here, though, I'm here to comment specifically about early college. I also would like to add that thank you very much for your support for the Buxton Beach cleanup. Incredibly important work, and I echo everybody else's comments and support the support that you provided for that effort. Please do keep up the pressure on the Army Corps of Engineers to continue on with that work. The last few weeks, I've heard from numerous concerned parents of school-aged children that the funding that's earmarked for the early college in the budget that you're considering will direct funding away from some of the most basic infrastructure needs across all their schools for the near-term future. Furthermore, the opinions and views of parents, students, and the community on this matter have not been properly vetted by this board or by the Dare County Board of Education. Recently, the Dare School Board submitted priority needs for funding this cycle, and few, if any, have been included in this budget that you're considering at this time. I'd like to remind you that your responsibility as a board is to provide proper stewardship of taxpayer dollars paid both by our residents as well as provided by the state. And there are many infrastructure projects that are needed to adequately cover the needs of our Dare students and teachers. That is where the focus should be for these budget discussions and decisions. I'm greatly concerned to what extent the board is listening to our parents, students, and our community stakeholders. You will hear from many concerns from other speakers this morning, as you already have. I hope you will listen carefully and consider not approving this budget at this time and seek greater input from the community regarding early college funding. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Next is Ida Havel.
And welcome back, Aida.
Good morning again. My name is Aida Havel. I live in Salvo on Hatteras Island, and I'm also running for Dare County Commissioner from Hatteras Island. A few meetings ago, I mentioned that I was a divorce attorney, and I made the analogy of a shotgun marriage between Dare County and coastal affordable housing that, in my opinion, needed to end in divorce. Today, I bring to you another term from my area of practice, and that is parental alienation. It's a term used when one parent tries to alienate or turn a child's affections away from the other parent. There are debates about whether or not parental alienation is a real thing, and I'm not going to get into that, but I'd like to use the term in a slightly different context today, actually a very different context today. I believe that if you vote to approve the 2025 fiscal year budget, including funds for the school board to use for early college, you will be alienating the parents of Dare County. What parents have spoken to you that are in favor of it? The parents and teachers that I have spoken to are not in favor of it. I have also not heard of any students that are in favor of it. I have not even heard of any average citizens who are in favor of it. Perhaps instead of calling it parental alienation, I should call it citizen alienation or voter alienation. And if you recall your last monthly meeting, at least 4 of you had significant concerns about the way the school board was pushing ahead with this plan to the detriment of other items on the capital improvement plan. Please remember that at the top of every single one of your agendas, including today's, you have the phrase, how will these decisions impact our children and families? What I ask you is this, how will it impact our children to continue to have flooding in the Cape Hatteras Secondary School kitchen and cafeteria? How will it affect our children not to have additional classrooms and PE facilities at First Flight High School, which is already at 113% capacity? How will it affect our children to have to wait 3 years for all of the other things that were planned to be done until the last 6 months or so? Again, I urge you to take a step back, to not approve this budget today, to listen to the parents and the community, and to have another meeting with the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Katie Morgan.
Welcome, Ms. Morgan.
All right, my name is Katie Morgan, and this morning I am here to discuss the Dare County Early College included in the proposed 2025 budget that you will be voting to approve or not today. As a parent of 2 young children who will soon be enrolling in Dare County Public Schools, I am deeply concerned about the lack of public input on such a significant community decision. Responsible and prudent leadership should ethically survey parents, students, teachers, and staff before fully committing such an enormous project, especially when it involves allocating around $25 million to build a totally new early college facility. These funds could instead address numerous critical health concerns, repairs, and expansions at our existing schools. It is problematic that the current Board of Education, led by Chair David Twitty, confidently asserts that, quote, early college is the #1 priority, end quote, without diligently consulting the public. Moreover, it is irresponsible to make such a claim when multiple schools are currently facing serious public health concerns. Why are we ignoring current problems and pushing forward with new initiatives? To use your board's own words, which are proudly printed on the top of every meeting agenda, quote, how will these decisions impact our children and families? If indeed the intention of both this board and the Board of Education is to prioritize the well-being of our children and families, then it stands to reason that decisions with such profound implications should be the subject of open dialogue with these very groups, rather than presuming to dictate what's best for them. I don't think that anybody on this board should approve the budget today. I understand that it is the Board of Education's decision on what is best for Dare County schools, but I also understand that it is your duty to make sure decisions are being made ethically. At the end of the day, this board is giving them the money. You still have more say in what happens. Until the Board of Education does its due diligence to gauge the community's true perspective, it's wrong on this board to grant them the funding. If after thorough consultation and community after thorough consultation, the community prioritizes a new facility over the health and well-being of students in their current schools, then at least we know that early college is in fact our #1 priority. However, I believe once engaged, the Board of Education members would find that most people would prefer addressing urgent health issues within many of Dare County's schools. Repairing the kitchen floors at Cape Hatteras Secondary School, which has water of questionable origin oozing at points from the ground drains where the children's meals are prepared, would probably be a huge topic of concern for our Hatteras parents. I'm confident that more people would prioritize improving air quality permanently in most schools, especially given the mold issues that recently plagued First Flight Middle School, which, by the way, are not new issues. Parents are undoubtedly concerned about First Flight High School operating at 113% capacity without a long-term plan, and Manio High School appears largely unchanged since I began attending there in 1997. I believe I've been calling and asking multiple people's opinions on the topic of a Dare County early college. There is a visceral unease amongst the people I have polled. I have also been told on multiple occasions that this is basically a done deal and that nothing will stop it. Well, I, along with the citizens of Dare County, are living proof that big things can be stopped for the right reasons, especially when the community has easy access to information and has reasonable opportunities to be heard. A government that operates without considering the opinions, concerns, or input of its citizens should not, what I think Dare County leadership should be leaning towards. Citizen participation and accountability in governance is, to me, the most important part of democracy. So I urge you not to allocate the funds to the members of the Board of Education unless you are absolutely certain that they will take a serious pause and sincerely seek input from the individuals whose lives will be significantly impacted by their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Harris.
Sir, I signed up on the wrong list.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this issue? Any public comment from Buxton?
No comment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, do you want to we'll act on this now?
It's the pleasure of the board.
I see a group in the back. Superintendent Bassnight, have you any interest in responding to any of the things that have been
May I ask,
before this
just
public
to
hearing
make
is
sure everybody's
closed?
clear what we're doing?
Yeah.
The budget that you're looking at now does not include the capital improvement plan, which does not include the early college or any of the improvements to the school. That's done on a separate budget. That's done in item 14.
Why
So,
would we have moved all those separate? Why wouldn't we have these kind of
I mean,
together?
item 15, because we
Don't
adopt
need a public.
well, we adopt the capital improvement plan, which is funded with regard to the schools with the money from the lottery plan. And so there is no time frame on when the capital improvement plan has to be improved. So we approve that separate and
So the
apart.
comments we heard are irrelevant to the vote we're about to take.
Right. So with regard to the
So
general,
they're irrelevant to the vote we're about to take?
so correct.
Okay.
The general fund budget that you're looking at right now doesn't have any impact on what we're doing in item 15, which is the capital improvement plan for the schools, the water system, and for the county. That's a separate vote on and using other funds. So whether or not you approve this doesn't really have any impact on what you're going to do with those capital items in 15. I say that because I don't want anybody to, if you approve the budget, you still have a decision to make on what are you going to do with the capital items when we get to item 15.
I'll repeat for emphasis, the vote we're about to take has nothing to do with the previous public comments.
Correct.
Okay.
Um,
Just want to make sure we're clear.
What's included in the budget? You just got two separate lines that show reserve for capital improvements plan, and then you do the capital improvements plan separately.
There's no public hearing for the capital improvement plan, or is there?
So your capital improvements, whether the capital improvements for the water are paid for out of the water rate. So that's going to be in item 15, that capital improvement plan. The capital improvements for the county are paid for by the transfer tax dollars and a contribution from the general fund. And so when you approve this budget, you're putting money in that capital improvement fund, but you're not allocating how it's spent. Similarly, when we fund school improvements, to the extent that any general fund money is used for school improvements, and some is, then you're simply putting it in the capital improvement fund, but you're not voting on how that money's spent. That's done in 15 when you get to the capital improvement plan, and then you decide, okay, our pot of money is this big, here's how we want to spend it. So when you vote for this, all you're doing is creating the pie. You haven't split the pie yet. You're going to split the pie in 15.
But there's no public comment
There's
at that
no- well,
point.
there isn't the public, you don't have to have public comment for the capital improvement plan, but you get it like we just did as a part of the budget.
This public comment
Is-
and the emails we've received
Sure.
would apply to
Oh, absolutely.
number 15.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions about that?
No, sir. Then
So-
we'll move forward.
So with that, the fiscal year 25 budget is before you, and you can act, you can change. I will tell you that there are some clerical changes. Got to find my sheet here. From what we did when we presented it at the last meeting. First is there's a position change where we had looked at in Public Works. We had a full-time position that we were going to eliminate because we couldn't fill it and create part-time positions. We got the part-time position, and then we were able to fill the full-time position. So there's a funding change to fund the part-time position that we needed as well. And I think you have a sheet to that effect.
Yep.
There is the capital improvement investment fund. The budget, the final numbers for those budgets weren't available at the presentation. They're in the budget now. They don't change much there. The inlet maintenance fund, that's simply a clerical thing where we're accepting money in and then budgeting it back out. We didn't have the final number there. And then in the insurance fund, we added to the HSA $100 per person. So we're amending the insurance fund to cover that HSA cost. And so those four changes are in the budget. I don't know if you had, I thought you had it.
I can't
It's
vote.
in your packet.
No, I'm looking at that. I thought you said we had a sheet. I
I'm
apologize.
sorry.
The
I'm looking at the screen.
sheet is on the screen. in
Yeah.
your packet.
At the bottom of that sheet, you have a change to the budget ordinance. That budget ordinance change simply does all the things that I just talked about in the budget ordinance. And then down at the very bottom, you have the fees for the water fund, and they are the correct numbers for the water fund. So again, most of those changes were clerical, but I wanted to make you aware of them. I'm sorry, I thought you had the sheet. Yeah, okay. So with that said, you're being asked to approve the budget with those clerical changes that I just outlined.
With these changes that you presented to us in this handout.
Correct.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bateman to approve the budget as presented. It's been seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, then those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Chairman, that would bring us to item 6 on the agenda. This is a zoning text amendment to section 22-17.2, Martins Point Commercial. And Noah, if you'd come up and brief the board on that before we have the public hearing.
Morning.
Morning. Morning, Noah.
The you got it?
Nope. Yeah, go ahead.
The text amendment application has been submitted by Casey Varnell, Attorney Casey Varnell, on behalf of Patricia Pleasure. Ms. Pleasure owns Pleasure Palace Child Development and Education Center located in the Martins Point Commercial District. This is the second submittal that she's had of similar text amendment requesting to amend that ordinance. The first request was denied by the planning board in March, and that was for the term shared space occupancy dwellings to be added to the use of special uses in this district. After being denied by the planning board, she returned in April with another request. She returned in May with another request to amend the language to include under the special uses single room occupancy dwellings to the list of special uses, and has provided a definition of what a single room occupancy dwelling is and included a definition of habitable space. With the text amendment, she also included conditions on how the special use would be regulated. I don't know how much more detail you want me to go into this. They are the applicants present.
Would you like to present before the public hearing? Come up, please. Mr. Chairman, if we'll do the presentation, we'll have the public hearing, and then they'll be available for your questions.
Sure.
Good
morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Chairman and members of the board, thank you. You've got a packed agenda. Appreciate you taking the time to consider our proposal today. I'll comment briefly before I turn it over to my client. I know you've read the text amendment that's submitted. And we feel what's being presented is an amendment that's going to assist in providing living accommodations for those single individuals who serve in or wish to serve in our local workforce. But they can't afford to do so because renting a home or renting even a single unit within a multifamily dwelling is simply not affordable. You'll note in our application, one of the focuses here are on J1 students. My client's been contacted by several corporations here on the beach and been informed that there's just not enough housing out there for the J1s. And, that's something that piqued her interest. And with the facility that she has, we feel as though we can, if this type of use is approved, we feel as though we can, again, provide a small fill of that particular void. Because anyone here knows if you're lucky enough to find a home to rent on the beach for a long-term period of time, and this, of course, does involve long-term rentals. It says nothing, this is strictly required that it be a long-term rental, then those homes are difficult for many folks in our seasonal or even year-round workforce to afford. The same can be said for multifamily structures, such as townhomes and condominiums. Again, if you can find those type units, even single bedroom units, They're not cheap. And what we're proposing here is an alternative form of living for folks who are in that particular scenario. And as the amendment highlights, what we're proposing is the ability to house single individuals in one room, hence the shared room occupancy dwelling. The structure itself, you're limited to one structure per site. So no matter if in the Martins Point Commercial District, some developer wanted to buy 3 lots, there's only 10 lots in that district, in that subdivision. But if the developer wanted to buy 3 lots, tear down all those buildings and build some massive structure, well, you can only build one structure. You're limited to 7 rooms, and those rooms have a max capacity of 8 occupants. So no matter how big the site is, no matter how big the structure is, it's 56 occupants. And where that came from, frankly, was comments when we first submitted to the planning board. And the comments were essentially, we need to figure out a way to take the intensity of the use and somehow regulate it, to make sure that we don't have that developer who goes and is just squeezing people into rooms. But we've got 150 occupants now on a given site because they did what I just explained, which was take 3 lots and turn it into some massive structure. And again, that was the intent of the conditions that we have put forward. Before turning over to my client, a few key points. We are proposing this as a special use. So any applicant who desires to make this type of use of their property would have to present a proposed plan of use to you guys for approval before being able to rent to anyone. You'd be afforded the opportunity to address any concerns that are specific to the given site or a given application through the imposition of conditions as part of the review and approval process. What we've done is just tried to lay out a rubric that ensures the intensity of this type of use is limited no matter the size of a given site. Again, it is, I mentioned earlier, it is currently limited to the Martins Point Commercial District, which is composed of 10 lots. I'm not aware of any facet of North Carolina law that dictates that if you approve this type of use in the Martins Point Commercial District, then you must also approve this type of use in every other district in the county if somebody comes in and applies for that. In my mind, there's nothing, I've never found anything in North Carolina law that says a decision such as this sets a precedent. So to the extent that that is a concern, I don't believe it's a necessary concern. And again, the manner in which this is drafted, it's 56 occupants in any given single room occupancy dwelling. That's the limitation. It can never be more than that. And there was a concern mentioned at the planning board that one of the reasons for denial, the main reason for denial, is that the manner in which we propose to limit the intensity is not commensurate with the scale governing other uses, the intensity of other residential uses in the Martins Point Commercial District and surrounding properties. And I'll note to you that I've considered many different ways in trying to regulate the intensity, scalability being one of them, comparing them to how we regulate occupancy of a multifamily, how we regulate occupancy of a single family. And unfortunately, I don't find it to be possible. And the reason is this type of use it's new. I mean, it's novel. It's not something that we have in Dare County or any of our towns that we could compare this to. And the purpose of this is, again, to allow for a somewhat more intense use than a multifamily structure, because we're trying to cater to a particular need, those single individuals who cannot afford to go rent that multifamily unit or to go rent a house, for example. And in doing, my client in doing her due diligence and research, a project like this, it's not going to work without at least 52 occupants. Now ours says 56. The reason is because of the math. 7 rooms, 8 occupants per room, that equals 56. If we tried to trim it to 7, we'd only have 49. So the math says 56, and that's why it's in there in the way that it has. I will note that this isn't we're not the only, or as far as local governments in North Carolina, this isn't the only proposal. It's not the only time this has been considered or approved. I'll bring up Greensboro's ordinance, for example, for single room occupancy, same title. And the minimum rooming unit size is 70 square feet. So if you're going to rent to one individual in Greensboro, you're going to have 70 square feet. But at least 50 square feet is required for each additional room occupant. And what we're saying is you need to have at least 50 square feet, which is what our building code says, for any and all occupants within the room, to include an additional square footage for common areas for each individual occupant. Same in Greensboro, the minimum common space requirement is 250 square feet. I will note, and this is why I bring up Greensboro's ordinance, as far as scalability, there, if you convert a hotel or a motel to a single room occupancy residence, they're exempt from the lot area per dwelling unit requirements in the base district. The same as if it were new. If this were a new facility such as mine or a new use, they're exempt from the lot area per dwelling unit requirement in the base district. And what Greensboro did is they said the residential capacity of the facility will be determined by the provisions of the North Carolina Building Code and to help permits, septic permits, things of that nature. Any applicant's going to have to comply, no matter how many people they want. They're going to have to meet the health code as far as septic requirements. And also the applicable setbacks, minimum landscaping, minimum off-street parking, and other requirements of the zoning ordinance. And all of those items are still present and for consideration. And obviously this type of use, this type of structure must meet the other requirements of your ordinance. Again, what we've tried to do, I think, is present something that does fill somewhat of a void that we have here and helps limit the intensity of the use while also still making such a use feasible for developers or applicants who want to take advantage. I'll let my client speak briefly. And again, I'd like you to just speak to why you decided to go down this path.
Okay. Good morning. And thank you for allowing us this time. As Casey has already mentioned, I was approached, that will be the terminology I use. I was approached by several businesses within a 5-mile radius of where the facility is located. Actually, it was in 2021 to actually put some students in my building, which I retired in 2019. I say semi because I still work a little bit, but in 2021 to put some students in my facility, what I would use the terminology as illegal. When they came to me, they wanted to just use a couple of my back rooms because we have a 7,700 square foot building, because they did not have any place to put these students. I refused that proposal that they presented to me because I believe in doing things the right way. So that is when I went to Casey and I was telling him about how I was approached and what we needed to do to turn the facility into J1 housing living. So that is how this all came about. The building is located in a perfect area for the J1 students, simply because everything that is read about them, they have to be within a 5-mile radius of their workplace. So where we are currently located, we have more than 10 businesses that use the J1 students right there within that 5-mile radius. But more importantly is the health and safety of the location. We are located right there, less than 1.5 mile radius of the police department. We have medical, we have food, everything that these students are going to need within less than a 5-mile radius. So as far as location, it is the perfect location. And one of the things that has often been talked about is the safety and security of when we bring these students here. The J1 students are the fuel of our community, as we very well know. But if we don't have a place to put them, then they can't continue to come here. And I can't solve the whole problem of the county, but I can do my part. So when that building, it actually could house about 95 students, but we because of, like Casey was saying, with density and everything, we broke it down to the very minimal number to try and get this project, this proposal passed. So I just ask that you look at the whole picture, and I know there's, everybody needs J1s until it's in their backyard, but right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter whose feet we're stepping on.
With that said, y'all can take a seat just a second. Do you have anything else to add? No.
Yeah. I just let them give their introduction on.
Before we do, you want to do the public hearing first, or?
That's up to you.
Let's do that and hear from whoever wants to speak, and then we'll go from there. Would anyone here like to speak to the issue on this rezoning request? Anyone here to speak to that issue? I see no one. Anyone in Buxton to speak to that issue?
No comment from Buxton.
All right, with that, we would close the public hearing and no.
So during the planning board discussion, the planning board reviewed the 11 conditions that the applicant provided. One of the first things that was pointed out that in doing my research on single room occupancy structures is that the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development already has a definition of single room occupancy dwellings, and they define it as the following. A single room occupancy is a residential property that includes multiple single room dwelling units. Each unit is for occupancy by a single eligible individual. The unit need not, but may contain food preparation and sanitary facilities or both. The definition provided by the applicant, contradicts or conflicts with a definition that's already provided by our federal agency for the use. As described in the federal definition, a single room occupancy structure is just that. It's a room for a single occupant, not multiple occupants in a room. They provided a definition of habitable space, which is consistent with what is found in the North Carolina Building Code. So that definition is applicable. In response to the first denial of the definition shared space occupancy dwellings, the concern was brought up that there was no limiting factor to density or the number of occupants in the structure. In doing so, as Casey stated, that they placed a limit that only one structure on the property could be used as a single room occupancy dwelling. They also limited the number of rooms to 7 with 8 people in each room, which is where we get the 56 people from. If you look at any other zoning district throughout Dare County, even to Martins Point Commercial, density and occupancy is always tied to a parcel size, whether it's for multifamily, hotels, or any other similar use. There is that correlation to the number, your size of your parcel and the number of occupants you can have. And the planning board, currently the Martins Point Commercial allows 8 dwelling units an acre. Typical dwelling unit sleeps.
Go on there one more time. No, I couldn't quite hear you. Currently it allows what again?
8 dwelling units an acre.
Dwelling units.
So that would be 8 in a multifamily situation. That would be 8 individual units, each one having provisions for sleeping, cooking, and sanitation. Typically, when you see a multifamily unit, in Dare County, we see 2 to 3 bedrooms, each bedroom sleeping 2 people. So the max occupancy that we typically see in a 2 to 3 situation is going to be anywhere, that 42 to 48 range is the number of occupants that you would see on an acre. But when you look at that, that's in individual dwelling units, not people sharing a space, sharing a kitchen, sharing sleeping facilities with 50 square feet. That's a dwelling unit that provides individual lockable bedrooms, a lockable front and back door, intended for a family unit. The 50 square feet that they're proposing is what is the requirement in the North Carolina Building Code for a dorm or similar living facilities. In doing research, I came across General Statute 153A 221, and it establishes minimum standards for local detention centers at a minimum floor space of 70 square feet per inmate, including both the sleeping and day rooms areas. It's my opinion that when exploring these alternative housing options, we don't adopt a regulatory standard that's less than what is required for the detention center. The standards that the applicant provided for the bathing and shower facilities is consistent with the North Carolina Building Code. The parking standards, one parking space for every 3 occupants. The first submittal back in March was they were providing 1 space for every 5 occupants in response to the concerns by the planning board. They came back and increased that to 1 parking space for every 3 occupants. The discussion's been had both times about the need for on-site 24-hour management when you have the potential of 56 unrelated people from different cultural backgrounds staying in one facility together.
That would be 8 per room?
8 per room, yes, sir.
Are these unrelated?
Unrelated, yes, sir.
Okay.
That the need for 24-hour on-site maintenance should be a condition that's implemented on this to ensure the health and safety of this, and that somebody is there on site all the time to ensure that the sanitary conditions are being upkept. You don't have internal conflict among residents. That was not addressed in this submittal. Another thing that's in your packet, the first submittal had language that included the need for washing machines and dryers. That was removed on the second submittal. And in doing research, the closest coin laundry facility to Ms. Pledger's property was over 8 miles away. You know, we're making the case that this is for J1 students who don't have vehicles. As she stated earlier, you know, everything needed to be in kind of in a 5-mile radius, but there's no condition that would regulate any developer, if this were approved, to provide laundry services in the building. North Carolina Building Code doesn't require that you provide laundry services, but if you're going to have people that don't have vehicles, that's a chore if you got to lug your laundry 8 miles. So that was some of the conditions, you know, responses to the conditions. And again, there was no consistency found with the proposal with the Dare County Land Use Plan. There's 2 policies in your packet that are highlighted under the land use compatibility section. That's policy 6 and 7. Both of them talk about the need for housing amendments, but when exploring such, they need to be at a scale that is consistent with the surrounding districts and uses. And as proposed, there's no scalability to this to what's currently allowed in the Martins Point commercial or any other district. So, and that was the reason for the planning board's denial.
Is that North?
Yes, sir.
Cornell, anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'll let you follow up. Speak briefly in response to Noah's comments. The name shared room occupancy as opposed to shared space occupancy dwelling, which is what we first submitted. Planning board had noted that there was nothing else, and I had to admit to that because I didn't find anything, but there was nothing else in other local governments that, or in their zoning ordinances that equated to or defined shared space occupancy. So one of the directions was to bring back something more similar to what's found in other ordinances. And again, I just told you about Greensboro that has shared room occupancy dwelling, which is exactly what we're proposing here. As far as the HUD definition is as to shared room occupancy, not shared room occupancy dwelling. So I do believe there's a significant difference there. And I think that's exactly why the folks like Greensboro and Charlotte have adopted shared room occupancy dwellings as a actual definition and a new use. The scalability issue, I think, again, Noah talked and brought up many reasons why this type of use is not similar to that of a multifamily. And those particular reasons, that's not what we're catering to. And that's not what this particular use is intended to fill. It's not the gap that it's intended to fill. So for those reasons, basing it on lot size as you would a multifamily dwelling, it's just not feasible. And in looking at the subdivision plat here, what I ended up coming up with, I was reading the sizes of these particular lots in the district. And for example, Ms. Pledger's lot, along with I think 5 or 6 others, is about 0.76 acres, okay, in terms of how big this lot is. There are others in there that are even larger. Some go over 1 acre. So if you take the 0.76 acres and you do a little bit of math to it, then, or put a little bit of math on paper, then if you have, for example, a multifamily dwelling, we got 8 dwelling units per acre, and you go and develop, 4 bedroom apartments, then the use ends up being very equivalent in terms of number. If you're putting those 8 dwelling units with 4 bedrooms on there, you can have 2 per bedroom. And if you do the math, it comes out very similar. Now, what we are stopping though is, again, the ability of someone to develop on 3 lots and maximize, because of that lot size, maximize how many people they can have in there. But it's also restricting what the lots within there that are over an acre can do on their particular property, which frankly, they could exceed 56 occupants on an acre is what could occur if they're building multifamily structures.
Could they go in later and subdivide that, I'm gonna call it a 10-acre parcel because I can do that math in my head, into 10 1-acre parcels each, and then put 56 on each acre?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, as long as it's one site, as long as it's one lot, one.
So that site isn't necessarily then limited to the 56. If somebody.
Well, not the site itself, but the parcel, the development site, the parcel would be.
So that 9-acre parcel could change if.
It could, obviously, yeah, it could. And I'll let Ms. Patricia address one second on the laundry facilities. The only reason we did remove that from the previous proposal, I was of the understanding that it was superfluous, was the words used at the planning board meeting. And I removed it thinking that, oh, well, I don't want anything in there that people find superfluous. So, but also in a special use permit, that's a condition that can legally and easily be tied to any type of approval. So not having the laundry facilities requirement or condition within this use does not prevent anyone from from reviewing an application and requiring the on-site laundry facilities. That was always our intention. Again, it was only removed based on comments at the planning board level. And I'll let Patricia talk to supervision, and I'm going to shut up.
I will be very brief, and I'm glad that Casey addressed the laundry facility situation, because it was only removed just simply because of the comment that was made by the board, and trying to make sure that we appease and please everyone to get this project through. But let me assure you, anyone that knows anything about me and the kind of businesses I run quality organizations. And I have taken every step and gone above and beyond, right on down to checking with all of the neighboring businesses in the area as well, to do my due diligence there. I have gone on different realtor sites to see some of these large houses that they have. And when you start talking to them, we had originally 10 people in a room, 10 to 12 people, depending on the size of the room. So when I went through and I started looking at the housing ones, I said, okay, what I'm seeing is 8. What I'm seeing is they have these rooms bunk bed up, and they're having a limit of 8. So we're going to break ours down to 8 as well, trying to stay in compliance with that. I have gone above and beyond, because only thing you're hearing is 56 or 52 and kitchen space. But that facility, again, is 7,700 square foot. We have even adjusted to
Site specific.
Right.
Site specific.
Right.
Site specific.
But we have adjusted to what they asked?
Sorry, we're trying to veer up, not veer down site-specific requirements, since what's in front of you guys today is just to propose a use, not to vote on a specific site or specific site plan. That was, I think, going to be Noah's comment, and I was trying to cut that off. So just.
Well, I understand that, but what I also would hope is that when comments are made that are in a negative manner, which are untrue, that we would be able to address those things. So I want to assure you that all measures have been taken to assure that these students are safe, secure, and in a very, very elaborate facility that is going to house social areas for them. They're going to have more than what they averagely have in some of these houses, whether they're legal or illegal. So it's not one of these things that I have taken lightly. I have not taken a building and said, oh, we're just going to throw all of these students in there like sardines, or, you know, and they're not going to have the appropriate spaces. They're going to have everything that is required and above. So what I am trying to do is ask the county to assist me in assisting you in a problem that we all already know is a problem. And I'm trying to give a small, to create a small solution in the part in which I can do. I can't house the whole problem when it comes to J1 students, but like I said, I can do my slice of the pie. And if we all come together, as so eloquently was put by the minister earlier, that if we all come together in unity and create what is best for diversity, cultural diversity, then we're going to be able to achieve it little by little. But if we don't make a step toward the right direction, then we're not doing anything at all.
Stand for any questions if there are.
Questions of the board?
Questions of the board?
How large is each of the 7 rooms?
So they have to have, just based on the proposal, they would have to have, if you're going to have 8 people, then they have to be 8 times 5, so 300, no, well, I mean, 400 square feet is how big they would have to be. And then there would have to be additional, and the 50 square feet per, as Noah was saying, comes from the building code.
And that's 20 feet lower than the detention center, I think you pointed out, Noah?
Yes.
So we would have a 400 square foot room with 8 people in it?
Well, it could. And
could.
then it could.
Okay.
And then the living, I mean, the common areas, however, also have to be a certain size. Probably, I think it's 15 square feet per occupant. So that way the
Right,
common.
but my room with my 7 friends will be 400 square feet, must be.
Or could be.
Could be. Okay.
But we don't have a room. That's what we only have one. Our rooms are like.
Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is the building currently being used for your Child Development and Education Center?
No, I only, I open it for summer camps only, and I'm not open, I have not opened it last year, nor will I open it this year due to the fact I'm trying to get this passed.
Okay. And I may have missed the time limit. I mean, how long do you intend to house the J1 students in this facility? I mean, they're usually here for what, 4
You mean-
months?
Are you saying seasonal?
Yeah, well, would you house them for 4 months and just leave it vacant for the rest of the year? What would you do?
We want to make it workforce housing, so therefore
Okay.
anyone that.
So it'd
can
be
come- Mhm.
anybody other than J1 students could go in there. Is
Yes,
that
but the
correct?
primary source is our J1 students.
Okay.
Steve?
We've heard, about the one room, single person occupancy from the Federal Housing Agency, and also what the state guidelines are for detention centers. And you said that, if I'm not mistaken, you couldn't find anything in the state housing code for single room occupancy dwellings?
I was more referring to other local governments or counties out there that have adopted a similar use. Yeah, there's
Okay,
nothing
so-
in the building code
Yeah,
that.
which kind of leads me to wonder if all the colleges we have in the state of North Carolina that have college dorm rooms, how are they regulated?
Right. My understanding is a 50-foot requirement is my understanding, and I've lived in some of them.
Yeah, I have too, and I was wondering when you said, there's no county or state ordinance on it, and I was like, well, what's going on with all these college students?
Right.
So, I would like to take that in consideration too as well before looking to adopt something like this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Anyone else? Okay, then that brings us to the board action, and I'd like to see what the pleasure of the board is concerning this request.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
so I'm sitting here thinking, I send my child, I'm over in Taiwan, and I'm sending my child over here. It's great money. Send him over to get him a job. And he comes over and I put him into a house in a room with 8 other people. I don't think that is right. I would be very, very upset with no supervision. I mean, I understand and I appreciate what you're doing, ma'am, and I think your efforts are warranted and they're in the good intent. But I think this is completely overdevelopment to the point I cannot agree with it, and I'm not going to vote for it.
Commissioner Couch?
I'm like Irvin, like Commissioner Bateman said, I'm sympathetic. I think it's an honorable endeavor, and y'all's perspective is really good, but I'm not convinced that the MP CD is actually, I don't think it is the best location, not a suitable location. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think Martin's Point is.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Ross?
Commissioner Bateman and Commissioner Couch has sort of echoed my sentiments. I'm trying to envision 56 unrelated, unknown folks to each other in 7 rooms with 8 people in each, and on a piece of property about 3/4 of an acre, and multiple challenges with supervision and parking and laundry, and it's frankly consistent and commensurate use with as the district is zoned. And I don't have a great deal of discomfort with that.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, is there a motion to approve or deny?
I'll move the draft amendment, section 22-17.2 MP-C district and section 22-2 definitions be denied as recommended by the planning board. A statement of consistency and reasonableness of, as compared by the staff, is adopted part of this motion.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
I second it.
A second by the vice chair and
Bassnight.
Commissioner Bassnight. Any further discussion? Hearing none, then on that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. County Manager, we're going to take a 5-minute break if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting back to order.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to item 7 on the agenda. This is a zoning text amendment to section 22-32.2 MHA zoning district. And Noah, if you would present that, please.
A zoning text amendment application has been submitted by Kenneth and Angela Daniels to amend the MHA zoning ordinance. The applicants are requesting that the language be amended to allow for the permitted uses under the commercial and light industry heading to have multiple principal use buildings on a parcel. In addition, the applicants are seeking to have appliance and furniture warehouses added to the use defined under the commercial and light industry heading. The applicants currently own property at 6300 Highway 64-264 in Mans Harbor. In February of this year, their 30,000 square foot structure was destroyed by a fire. And the current Mans Harbor zoning ordinance does not allow for structures greater than 10,000 square feet on any parcel. So being that the building was destroyed by fire, it could not be rebuilt to its once prior size of 30,000 square feet. So they're seeking to have the ordinance amended and add the language that's currently afforded in the MHB district, which allows principal use structures to have, or multiple buildings for the commercial uses in the Mans Harbor B district. They want that afforded in the MHA. That would have allowed them to be able to rebuild on their property back to the current size of what they had before the fire, but through a series of smaller structures. The proposal was shown to the fire marshal, and he was in agreement with it that being built through smaller structures was a better option for emergency procedures in the event of a fire due to Mans Harbor not having county supplied water. They rely on the ponds and the ditches and the creeks in Mans Harbor to fight fires. There's draft language in the packet that is, again, reflective of what's already found in the MHB districts. And reviewing the Dare County Land Use Plan, 2 policies were applicable to the proposed amendment. The first one was land use compatibility number 8 under the commercial development heading, which states Dare County supports the continued existence of locally owned businesses in unincorporated Dare County, and that zoning regulations that allow the reconstruction and rebuilding of existing non-conforming businesses are the appropriate tool to support this goal. And the second one is policy 12 under the land use compatibility under the redevelopment heading. That reads, redevelopment of older structures shall be accomplished in a manner that is compatible with current NC building codes, federal flood insurance regulations, and Dare County zoning regulations. By allowing or approving this amendment, you would allow an existing business owner in Dare County to rebuild his property so he can continue operations.
Mr. Calvin, would you like to be heard before the public hearing? Okay. With that, let's have the public hearing, and then if you have questions, we can ask. Would anyone like to speak to this issue? Anyone here to speak to this issue? Seeing there's anyone in Buxton would like to speak to this issue?
No comment from Buxton.
That we would close the public hearing, and Mr. Count, if you got anything to present, you're welcome to. If not, we'll leave it to the board. Okay. Any questions for the applicant or for Noah?
Any questions, board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the draft amendments to section 22-23.2 MH-A zoning district be adopted as recommended by the planning board. A statement of consistency and reasonableness as prepared by staff is adopted as part of this motion.
Okay, the vice chair has made a motion to approve. Is seconded by Commissioner Bateman. The floor is open for further discussion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And that brings us to item 8 on the agenda. This is a quasi-judicial hearing on an amendment to an SUP number 2-2020 issued to William and Shelly Daughtry. Anyone that would like to speak to this issue must be sworn. I think all the parties have been sworn previously. With that, I will allow Noah to go first and then the applicants to come second.
A very minor issue. The spelling of the last name of the applicant is Daughtry or Daughtry. It's 2 different spellings, one on there and one.
This is wrong. Okay.
The agenda is wrong.
Give us, what was the correct spelling?
Correct spelling? Got it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't mean to slow it up. I just saw 2 different spellings. Want to make sure we got it.
All right. William and Shelly Daughtry have submitted a amendment to their special use permit number 2-2020. The original SUP was for the construction of a mini storage facility on their property in Mans Harbor. Since they've purchased the property, they've expanded to now where they have it's 2 adjacent parcels side by side. One parcel has 4 mini storage buildings on it. The other one has 2. If you remember, earlier this year, we approved a text amendment that would allow mini storage facilities in various zoning districts to operate portable storage container services. That's what this application here is for, is to amend their site plan and the conditions of their SUP to reflect the changes that were adopted when the ordinance was adopted that allowed portable portable storage container services. The Dare County Fire Marshal has reviewed the changes to the site plan. He's been on site with the fire chief from Mans Harbor. They've met and established a plan, and their plan is reflected in the amended site plan, which provides a drafting source for the Mans Harbor Fire Department on their property. And on their site plan, they have designated area out where the portable storage containers will be stored. They'd be stored in a manner that is compliant with the Dare County Flood Development Ordinance and the building code for wind zone ratings. So,
Any questions for Noah? Would the applicant like to put on any evidence? I do need one of you to come forward because I've got a couple of questions to ask, but you don't have to present unless you'd like to.
Sure, happy to. Good morning.
Anything that you need to add to what Noah has already presented?
No, I don't think so. I think as you've all heard already, we're just really excited to provide a service for the nearby communities that need us. We're already getting a lot of calls about, when can you bring me a unit? The poor woman that lost her roof in Mans Harbor just this last storm is waiting our call. I should love to be able to rent one of our units so that she can have her roof repaired. We're just excited to get busy and I'll just provide this service for the communities that need us. So I really don't have any questions, but I'm happy to answer anything I
A little
can.
short to ask you, do you consent to the facts as they were presented by Mr. Gill?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then do you consent to him entering your file with all the documents regarding this project to the board as evidence?
Sure.
And then finally, do you consent to the special use permit as it's been presented?
Yes.
That'd be all I have.
Bobby, have they been sworn before you
They
ask
have,
this question?
yeah. That's it, yes,
Does
sir.
the board have any questions? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
2020 and updated site plan for the Daughtry Group development be approved, please.
Second.
Okay, the motion's on the floor by Commissioner Couch. It's been seconded by the Vice Chair Overman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Chairman, that brings us to item 9 on the agenda. This is a proposed amendment to Chapter 96 littering to include the releasing of balloons. At the last meeting, you asked us to bring this forward to you. At this meeting, what we've done is taken the Duck and I believe Southern Shores and maybe even Nags Head by now ordinances and taken those and incorporated them into our ordinances. And so these follow those guidelines that were done in those other communities that are before you now for your review. Noah, do you have anything else to add to that? Okay. With that said, then the floor's open for questions if you have any. I think Ms. Swick is here too if you have some questions for her.
Move schedule public hearing for July 15, 2024.
All right.
Second.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Chair to schedule a public hearing on July the 15th. And it's been seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
That brings us to item 10. This is a grant pass-through for the Wanchese Seafood Park. I'm going to tell you real briefly, if you need more detail, Bob and his team are here. They can answer questions for you. They're basically having an erosion problem at the park, and they're looking to do a living shoreline around that park. They have an opportunity, I think, through the Coastal Federation to get some grant money to do the work there. They've got a group ready to do that work, but they need a pass-through entity to get the grant, and they've asked would Dare County be the local government pass-through entity to allow them to get that grant. My conversations with Mr. Peel have been, if we were willing to do that the way that we've done that in the past, is they do all the legwork and get the grant applications in and do all that sort of thing. We would then get the grant, get it to them, and then they'd be required to pass through us, but they would give us back an agreement that they would then handle all of the process going forward. They'd be subject to all the audit requirements and the grant requirements and that sort of thing. We would have Dustin review to make sure all the bid requirements were met, because we would be subject to those rules since we're the pass-through. And so that's it. Bob, I don't know if there's anything else you need to add, but I'm welcome to hear from you.
Some folks smarter than me made the trip this morning, so I want to at least introduce them. Brian, Brian Henry is with Sea and Shoreline. It's an organization that does resiliency projects in the southeastern part of the country. So he came quite a distance. And then Brian Rubino, you might know, he's with Quibble, who's serving as the local engineer on this project. But bottom line is, we've got places in the park that are losing shoreline at 2 feet a year. And we haven't worried too much about it until recently, because it was shoreline that we didn't use basically for any reason. But now it's coming up and putting some infrastructure in jeopardy, and actually getting very close to 2 buildings. So we need to do something and be proactive. And teaming up with this crowd has really moved things along. And the Coastal Federation is playing a role in this too. So we hope you'll let us, as a unit of local government, Wanchese can't accept this money. So we need help in that. And we're hoping you'll accept the money and then let us do what we need to do.
For a fee, is that right, Bob?
I'll let Bob. That's why I brought the smart people.
Thank you very much. As Bob said, my name is Brian Henry. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer for Sea and Shoreline. And good opportunity for us to do some good work over at Wanchese. We all know how important the Marine Industrial Park is to the economy here, with local businesses. Our company, we're based out of Florida with offices in North Carolina. I'm a native of Beaufort, North Carolina, just right down the coast. And so been involved in coastal issues for a number of years. And we have an internal proprietary scoring model for projects that we look at all over the Southeast. And the Wanchese project scored really high internally. So we decided to do a design build type of project. And we've applied for 3 different funding mechanisms. One is the BRIC grant, which some of you may be familiar with. It's building resilient infrastructure in communities. And to back us up with what I'm saying, when the state rated the application going out, it was one of the highest rated applications going out. So we feel pretty confident that we have a shot to maybe get that grant. The amount that we're looking at is about $3.4 million. The part we're really going to need your help on will be a direct state appropriation. We've already made a request through Senator Sanderson's office for direct appropriation. He is currently looking at, along with Representative Kidwell, at that. And then the third thing we've done is we've gotten support from Representative Murphy at the federal level and Senator Tom Tillis that are backing this project as well. And Senator Tillis is looking at submitting a community project funding request for this project. So those are 3 opportunities that we have that's out there. We have a high probability of receiving funding. And I think on the state piece of it is where we need your help with the pass-through. So any questions?
See why I brought him?
Good looking project.
Sure.
In the packet here, we got a couple of drawings that show the structure that would go along the
Yes, sir.
shoreline there, and then there was one off the end of the
Yeah, so the first drawing that has the colors on it, that is the wave attenuators next to the shoreline. That's going to be an offshore wave break to reduce wave energy that's currently hitting the hitting the landward side, and it's causing an escarpment there that's about 4 to 4.5 feet tall and encroaching on the buildings. This is not a final drawing that we're going to publish just yet, because we've had scoping meetings with all the agencies, and they've made some recommendations for pass-throughs for animals and central habitat and those type of things. And so we're going to produce that final drawing probably in the next few weeks. Brian, is that right?
What is the material that is made of?
It's going to be sure. Yeah, it's going to be gray infrastructure. It's going to be a concrete wave attenuator with fiber mesh.
There's a picture, I believe, of a sample in the packet.
Yeah, it's in the
Yes.
packet.
Yeah, and so you know, what we're really looking to do is not only knock down the wave energy, but also create, you know, oysters along with, you know, that will cling to the materials and those type things.
Habitat component.
Yeah, habitat component. And also we're going to do some limited plantings on the shoreline of native grasses as well.
And the structures that are shown off the end of the property there, is that the same?
So that's the project we're actually working on down near my hometown in Morehead City. This is a coastal resiliency project at Sugarloaf Island, having the same issue that you're having here with you know, losing a lot of shoreline at a really high rate. And we partnered with the state and with the Coastal Federation to get $6.6 million 2 years ago to, and we're in the middle of that project now to fund it.
And what are they made of?
They're the same material. These are concrete fiber mesh. And so these are higher, bigger than the ones that we're proposing here. These are going to be smaller wave energy type of situation.
So these,
How does that-
oh, excuse me. No, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, how does that fit with the rules of no hard?
No hard, that was my very
Our
next
hard
question.
structure is an oceanfront rule. Not a sound. You can build a bulkhead, hard stuff on the sound.
Yeah, that is correct. And so we've already had our scoping meeting with the agencies, and they've made some recommendations in terms of you know, how the structures are going to be placed, but they're all fine with materials and the methods and means that we're using.
EEQ as well.
So
EEQ
yeah,
as well.
DEQ is part of that as well. Yeah.
Yes. These structures will run parallel to the shoreline, 20 to 30 feet from the shoreline, so they're not going to be out in the Broad Creek anyway.
But there was a presentation that the Coastal Resources Commission, I don't know, maybe a year ago, but they've done this, not, I don't know if it was your group or who, but in Wilmington at the port along the river, they had, with the larger vessels coming through, the wave action from the vessels was deteriorating the riverbank. And they did a system very similar to this with staggered concrete mesh things that has been very successful. And the before and after pictures show the growth of the shoreline and all that. So it's kind of,
Yeah, we've scored
many
that project
examples
as
where
well.
it works. Yeah.
We've scored that project as well. And also, you know, as you'll see, there will be some accretion of materials behind the wave attenuators as well, the way that they're designed. So higher the wave energy.
So does any of this, can this be modeled into what would occur if these same types of designs and materials were used as on the ocean?
We're working on that currently. So.
But the design of what they've done there, you're talking about, you're almost talking about a bulkhead, and that obviously under current rules wouldn't work. Yeah.
These concrete structures that we're talking about here are what, 3 feet tall? And they're not.
Yeah, they're concrete pyramids and they're essentially hollow. So the inside of these structures, you know, provides fish and other marine organism habitat and allows a lot of water to pass through. So another way to do it would be, you know, a solid bulkhead. So we're trying to get away from solid bulkheads. And we couldn't permit a bulkhead where this is located anyways, because there is coastal marsh along the entire stretch of Broad Creek that we're trying to protect. The rest of the coastal marsh we want to protect, and the uplands and the infrastructure that are landward of it. So this is a little bit offshore, but it's got big holes and gaps, and it's better than rock. It takes up less footprint than rock, and you know, rock doesn't allow as much water to pass through with the fish and the other critters that we have here. But it's going to protect from erosion from the, you know, the fleet of boats that passes through twice a day, boat wake waves, and then storm-generated wind-derived waves as well. So we're doing the one in Morehead City. I'm working with Sea and Shoreline and Coastal Federation on that one now. I'll be down there tomorrow. We're doing construction inspections now. That one's much further offshore. This one's much tighter into the edge of coastal wetlands here because it gets too deep to put them further out offshore.
Do have natural accretion.
Yeah, natural accretion. So we call it a hybrid living shoreline. So a true living shoreline doesn't have, you know, a wave break. It's got just a sloped bank and then vegetation. But we have too much wind and wave action from the boats and the storms that we need, you know, something else because it's too much energy out there.
I would suspect if you could do this on the ocean side, those would have to be much larger.
That's
They would
correct.
have
Yeah.
to be.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a high visibility project, so maybe we'll get there.
Yeah, so we're, again, that's something for down the road. We're doing a lot of research and development in that area. And so, we'll stay tuned on that.
Any favorable comments from the legislature?
Yeah, I mean, I gave you an example, Hurricane Ian that hit, we have a project down at E.G. Simmons Park in Florida. When Hurricane Ian came through there, when was that? It was last year, I believe. We had Ping Wang, who is a foremost authority on wave energy and sand accretion. That project actually created about 10,000 cubic yards of sand behind it. We've been in Moorhead for about 120 days, and now you're starting to see sand accretement from the east end of the project already. So it's doing its job.
But the feedback we're hearing from our Raleigh legislators is very positive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we have really good support from, again, from the state. And I said, again, Dr. Murphy and Senator Tillis have been very supportive of what we're doing. They both wrote letters of support for the BRIC grants and been very supportive of it.
Great.
Could I just clarify a couple of things so
Yes, ma'am.
I'm clear on this? The pictures that you have, is this the project you have south of us?
Yeah.
This third picture, okay. Is that what we'll see along
It'll
the
be
coastline there, or is it this little part that
It'll be
juts
very
out?
similar, but
It'll be closer to the shore.
Closer to the shore.
And not as
Is it
invasive. as
Represented
that is out
with
there.
that little, okay, all the way
That's
down.
what I took it to be. I was.
Yeah.
That's what I was
share
wondering.
B's question
They're actually
because
two-
I couldn't
didn't
tell
know
if
what I
I
was looking at,
this
guys. They
jut
weren't
out
labeled.
part.
So if you look at the one with the,
I need new
the
glasses.
one that's
on.
colored,
they have the one that has the water depths.
oh, do they?
Yeah.
Okay. So
We have this one, but that's the project that's,
Yeah.
sure.
This is the one, that's the one, that's what we want to do.
What is that? Bob?
Yeah, what is that part that
I
juts
thought
out?
that, I was trying to
I
figure
was
out how
trying to
that,
make them match up and I could,
Okay, which part?
the last,
the gray part that sticks out. Yeah. mhm.
Oh, that's a place we're not putting this because that's a boat ramp. We don't want to
Okay.
block the boat ramp.
Okay, but it's the little,
The boat ramp.
it's the little,
you guys know this stuff
This-
intimately. We
right,
don't. So we're
right.
trying to figure it
I'm
out
trying
on the
to figure
fly.
it
No, we're on it.
Okay.
So what is the length of, you might have said that, all the way along here?
That's about 2,400 linear feet, so close to half a mile of
Okay.
shoreline.
All
And
right,
all that color stuff on there, that's all just water depths that we created. So the only thing, the footprint of the wave attenuators are where you have that little stippled hatch. It's really close into the edge of the marsh. It's
okay.
not very far offshore at all.
Mhm. All right, thank you for clearing that up for me.
What-
Hey, Bob, sorry.
What's the significance of highlighting the roadway with the red? What's the significance?
That was no significance.
Okay, all right.
Bob,
Yes.
Bob,
I love you
we'd like
guys.
to hear back from you guys.
Thank you, sir.
If we would, like a progress report. I think this, just what you're doing down there in Beaufort, I'm familiar with that area right there, and that's an interesting project too. If we can keep up with the science and what's going on, it's a fast-moving technology going on with this stuff.
Well, and I think that, if I may, the project in Beaufort is getting a lot of attention. And I think this one will too. A lot of people watching to see what happens.
Beach inland waterways.
We'll be glad to come and update you as it.
Sure. Yeah, we don't mind doing that at all.
We need to get the funding process in place before we actually get the funding, if we're lucky enough to do that. So that's why we're here today, to
Gotcha.
get this, kind of check this box, hopefully with your approval.
Yeah, and
I'll
so
second.
I just wanted to point this out as well. We thought somebody from the Coastal Federation would be here today, but they would administer the funds and do the quarterly reporting, back to the state that's required for the appropriation. So that would take that lift off of the county.
Now, when you say they're going to administer, they're going to basically be the project manager and maintain the audit trail and all that
They'll
stuff.
maintain the audit trail. What I would recommend is the county hold back some money in case you have an audit at the end required by, after the project's done.
So would our MOU be with them or with you, Bob?
It would be with them.
With them, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We have a motion by the vice chair to approve. I believe Commissioner House seconded, floor is open for discussion. I just would like to, would it be of any benefit, Bob, to you guys if our board sent a letter in support of this under my signature?
It would help tremendously.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I'm happy.
That's both to the federal folks and
Yeah.
the legislators in Raleigh.
Okay, I'm happy to do that if the board so wishes.
Oh, sure.
Approve that.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank y'all
Thank you very
very
much.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have the Dare County NC Cooperative Extension report to the people. And Tanya, thank you for your patience. and
Sure.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Good morning, Chairman Woodard and Board of Commissioners. My name is Tanya Lamo. I'm the Dare County Extension Director here for Dare County. And we're very excited to share with you today and to have this opportunity to present to you our report to the people for 2023. We're thrilled to invite you on this journey of discovery as we uncover hidden treasures of Dare County. Our theme this year is Explore.
Tanya, who are these good people sitting in the front row?
You'll get to, I'll introduce them to you in a second.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm jumping ahead and reading
Yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
We're thrilled to invite you. Our theme this year is Explore, with the mission to connect our community with the resources related to coastal gardening, community, youth leadership development, health and nutrition, and horticulture. At Dare County Extension, we believe education and discovery are key to personal growth and community. That's why we're committed to providing accessible, engaging, and research-based programming for all ages and backgrounds. With our Explore theme this year, we aim to inspire a sense of curiosity and wonder in all who participate. With every other month, we are focusing on a hidden gem in Dare County, and you will learn a bit more about that in the upcoming presentation. So you can see, you should all have a game board. We've set our presentation up as a game board this year to keep it a little bit more interactive, and you should also have a little game piece there at your station as well. So in a minute, you're going to play along with us, but just imagine for a moment that our community is on the edge of discovery in the game called Explore. In this game, players chart unknown territories, discover solutions, and face challenges with creativity and foresight. Just as players in Explore embark on a quest to uncover new lands and opportunities, we too are on a thrilling journey to enhance Dare County by providing our rich resources related to youth, horticulture, and family consumer sciences. So let's roll the dice and start playing. Let's see where the game takes us. Okay, so you should be able to move your game piece ahead 2 spaces, which lands us on the NC State Extension game board. NC State Extension extends research-based education and knowledge to all North Carolinians, helping them transform science into everyday solutions that enhance their lives and improve our state and Dare County. In a few minutes, you will be hearing from our team, who is sitting over here, about the work that they've accomplished in 2023, along with their plans for the future. So let's roll the dice and keep playing. Okay, where are we going to land next? Move ahead 5 spaces. And this lands us on our people space. In 2023, we reached over 100,953 individuals through our various marketing efforts and programs. Our target audience includes Dare County residents, but we also like to welcome visitors to our programs as often as we can. We reach people through our phone interactions, through face-to-face programming, through our community outreach, and then we have a very large presence through our website, our social media, and our email. So time for the next turn. Let's see where the game takes us. Okay, you may move your space ahead 3 places, and I'm going to invite our administrative assistant, Kim Armstrong, to the podium. She's going to share with you a little bit about one of the hidden gems in Dare County that she's covered.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Riddle me this. What is at the beach, but not the beach? What is like the mountains, but not the mountains? And closer than you think? Give up. Nag's Head Woods Preserve. On the off chance that you tire of the relentless beauty of white sandy beaches and the glistening aquamarine ocean and desire a change of scenery, in mere minutes you can transport yourself to a woodland trail, pine straw underfoot, breathing in the earthy green aroma of a maritime forest, right here on the Outer Banks. Little known historical fact, Nags Head Woods was once a thriving village community of about 40 families, with home sites, churches, a school, a grist mill, and a shingle factory through the 1930s. Audio recordings along the trails, accessible by cell phone, relate fascinating tales from members of that community, such as Evelyn Gray, who saved money she earned from crabbing to purchase an organ, which she somehow learned to play in between caring for her younger brothers and sisters, washing clothes by hand with boiling water and lye soap, attending school, crabbing, and a myriad of other responsibilities. Like any trail worthy of hiking, this one ends with a reward for our effort. The sandy shore and gently lapping waters of the Roanoke Sound spread out before us like a vaunted painting in a gallery, punctuated by the haunting beauty of trees that had succumbed to storms and salt water. A thoughtfully placed bench surrounded by gently swaying sun-bleached reeds and cordgrass beckons one to sit a spell, admire the painterly vista, and just be. And perhaps if you listen closely, you may hear soothing strains of organ music from days gone by. Now let's see where we're going to go on our next trip. Move ahead 2 spaces. It looks like we landed on the 4-H block.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ruth Perkins, and I am the Dare County 4-H agent. 4-H is the largest youth organization in both our nation and the state of North Carolina. We have a monopoly on making the best better, and we are helping youth prepare for the game of life by building the life skills necessary to grow and become leaders that they are meant to be. Dare County 4-H takes this goal very seriously. Here at the county level, we are helping youth discover their spark by providing learning opportunities that they might not have otherwise. We have 3 very active 4-H clubs that are helping youth explore their interests and are focused on giving back to the community. The Chaos Cookers 4-H Club is centered on health and nutrition by helping youth learn cooking skills and about a balanced and healthy diet. This year, they have also collected over 100 pounds of food to donate to local food pantries. The Needlers 4-H Club is a sewing club that encourages youth to embrace their creativity. They have used their skills to make cat toys for the local SPCA and will be delivering those later this week. The OBX Wavewriters are a community club that includes a lot of STEM programming. This teaches youth not to be afraid of subjects like math and engineering. They have given back to the community by partnering with the Outer Banks Women's Club to provide and assemble Thanksgiving baskets to those in need so that everyone could enjoy a Thanksgiving meal. They have also partnered with Island Farm to help prepare for various events and programming. 4-H clubs are not the only programs that we offer for youth. We also provide embryology to 2nd grade classrooms at no cost to supplement their life cycle unit. Embryology is the 4-H program that involves hatching chicks in the classroom. This not only teaches youth about agriculture and where our food comes from, it also gives youth hands-on experience with food, or STEM, excuse me. Youth who have participated have become more engaged at school and have come to school eager and excited to learn. We were happy to partner this year with First Flight Elementary and Kitty Hawk Elementary with this program. We've also offered summer programs for youth on entomology, cooking and sewing, and much more. 4-H Overnight Camp is another popular program that we have. Youth who attend 4-H camp with Dare County 4-H at the Eastern Center in Columbia learn teamwork, problem solving, and much more. This program instills youth with an appreciation for the world around them through various fun activities like crabbing, kayaking, ecology walks, and various other outdoor activities. While programs at the county level are so important for exposing our youth to new ideas, we also want to give our youth opportunities at the district and state levels. This past year, we had 2 youth who worked diligently learning about engineering and electricity. They built circuit boards, wired lamps, and learned about solar power. All of this work they compiled into a project record book that was sent off to compete against other youth from across our district. Even though it was their first time, they won gold and bronze and were chosen to represent Dare County at the Electric Congress, which is a statewide program sponsored by the electric companies. Additionally, a Dare County youth won first place in the state 4-H photography contest in the special effects category, winning against numerous other youth from all across North Carolina. We've had youth attend State 4-H Congress in Raleigh and the Northeast District Team Retreat as well. Needless to say, Dare County 4-H has been well represented by our young people all across the state. The impact of our program can be seen in the youth who are stepping out of their comfort zones to learn parliamentary procedure and run business meetings in their clubs, and those who are deciding to give 4-H presentations for the first time. But the numbers also tell about our impact. Over 90 youth enhanced their knowledge of agriculture and animals. Roughly 40 youth have participated in Dare County 4-H clubs. Over 30 youth have enhanced their knowledge of leadership and personal development, and the list goes on. Dare County 4-H is still growing, but we are incredibly proud of our young people in our programs and all of the hard work and their achievements. Thank you so much for your continued support of Dare County 4-H and our programs. So let's roll the dice and see where we land next. If you take your pieces and move ahead 3 spaces, we will hear from our horticulture agent next.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Jenna Livernoy, the area horticulture agent. I'm new to this position as of March, and I've been a Dare County resident for 10 years and have been involved in gardening most of my time here. With that being said, I'm excited about this new career opportunity. The goals and projects I have set for this year are as follows. We are a trial for the NC State Variety Trial this year. We're one of 8 counties in the state. Using a plot on the Roanoke Island Community Garden, we have 16 plants growing this summer. 3 of the varieties are NC State's own cultivars, and the control is an heirloom variety you may have heard of, Cherokee Purple. The data gathered will be the quantity of tomatoes harvested, and then we'll hold a taste test to ensure the quality of the tomatoes grown. Growing tomatoes in North Carolina is always a game of risk, given our hot, humid weather and susceptibility to various plant pathogens and diseases. But we'd be sorry if we didn't try. The airport property allotted for the community garden is a little slice of paradise, a real candy land. The next goal I would like to address would be community gardens. I would like to work in the communities of Hatteras, Mans Harbor, and East Lake to expand fresh produce offerings. Those areas in Dare County are considered food deserts and/or food swamps. By definition, a food desert is an area that has low access to nutrient-dense foods. On the other hand, food swamps have a wider availability and accessibility to small stores that are heavily stocked and over-advertise fast and processed foods, alcohol, and tobacco. I believe that this isn't a trivial pursuit, and it is paramount that Extension helps build and establish community gardens to lessen these food deserts and swamps. Extension can act as a bridge, figuratively and quite literally, to connect these less populated areas in our county to abundant and fresh produce options. Later in the game, Linda Foster, our current association president, will be speaking on the Extension Master Gardener program. I'd like to share about the Junior Master Gardener program, which is created from this parent program. The curriculum aligns with 3rd grade learning standards. Children will learn the structures of plants that are necessary for survival, such as roots, stems, leaves, and flowers. How environmental conditions determine how well plants survive and grow. They will discover how basic properties like texture and the capacity to hold water and the components of soil determine the availability of that soil to support growth and survival of plants. Pictionary this. The school has been back in session for a little over a month. Our 3rd graders are watering and maintaining these lush green plants above the soil. It's harvest day. By pulling up the roots of these plants from the soil, the excitement when they recognize the roots of this plant are potatoes and bringing their harvest home to share with friends and family. Instilling gardening skills and knowledge they can keep with them throughout this game of life. We're all going to be in trouble if these fundamentals and experiences aren't passed down to our next generation. Next fall, I'm planning on piloting this program with Kitty Hawk Elementary. Thank you for your time, commissioners. Let's keep playing. And you should move your piece 5. And now we will hear from Tanya again about food and consumer science.
Thank you, Jenna. So the Family Consumer Sciences program has made a significant mark, or should we say checkmate, with an impressive outreach to over 653 individuals last year. And you may notice Dee Furlaw used to be our FCS agent, and she got promoted to be the director in Terrell County. So we've switched roles around a little bit. But this program has not only touched our lives, but embraced a wide range of audiences, ensuring inclusivity and comprehensive learning for all participants. Truly, we're playing the game of life with winning strategies. And the Family Consumer Sciences program offers an approach to learning that integrates practical life skills with academic knowledge, thus preparing participants for real-world challenges. This unique blend of education focuses on areas such as nutrition, personal finance, family health, and consumer decision-making. We're not just rolling the dice, we're planning every move. And I'm excited to announce that this next fiscal year, we will be starting a program called Cookability, which is accessible cooking for all, which will utilize recipes and resources available through the Extension Family Consumer Sciences portfolio. And it will provide opportunity for hands-on cooking classes, education, and workshops specifically designed for individuals with developmental disabilities. And I'd like to say that we're always thinking ahead, just like in the game of chess. So are we ready to chance it? Let's keep playing and see where the game takes us next. Okay, so you may move ahead 2 spaces. And this takes us to our Master Gardener tab, and I'm going to invite our Dare County Extension Master Gardener Association President, Linda Foster, to the podium. Linda, welcome.
So I guess I say good afternoon. I am Linda Foster, and I'm the current president of the Dare County Association, and I'm honored to help you explore the game space you've just landed on. Let's think about our theme. Explore. Tour, inspect, investigate, examine, inquire, scan, delve into, probe. I just need to adjust my outfit to help with these words. Now, you might remember I was an elementary school teacher. Let's see how we can explore. First, let's examine our arboretum and teaching garden wrapped around the Thomas Baum Center. If you visit the Arboretum on any given Wednesday, you would find 20 volunteers working in many of the areas of our 2-acre plot. June of 2023, we opened the Wetlands Walk and added it to our Dune Garden, Butterfly Garden, and our main garden. Recently, we had an arborist visit our site who showed us trees that were either unsafe or hindering growth of other plants. We received a cost for tree removal, which would mean lots of bake sales. Sarah, our head team leader of the Arboretum, called Dave Stupka, Dare County Grounds Superintendent, who, wearing his cape, came to our rescue. He removed trees, provided tractors and staff to do this, and helped with soil and mulch. We take our hats off to Mr. Stupka, and we thank you for your support. To learn more about our Arboretum, visit the Cooperative Extension website and read the June newsletter. Now, let's investigate what our outreach team has been up to. Just to name a few things, Master Gardeners have supported Kid Fest, Artrageous, Family Fun Night, and continued a journaling class reaching over 300 young people. We've collaborated with Elizabethan Gardens and the Currituck Master Gardeners. Inquiring minds want to know. Our program, Ask a Master Gardener, each Wednesday, April through October, has a help table set up at the Baum Center and one at Extension one day a month. We provide a service to the public by answering gardening questions. Last year, we provided over 200 answers to our community. Delving into gardening topics, our Speakers Bureau has reached 665 individuals last year, presenting plant information in person and on Zoom. The indoor presentations housed in the Kill Devil Hills Library will move outside the summer months into our teaching arboretum. Probing into events of last May 2023, our Coastal Gardening Festival, you would discover that our attendance was around 2,000 visitors who participated in educational topics, children's activities, and plants, plants, plants. The success of this event is evident in that this one fundraiser supports more than half of our yearly budget. Leaving no stone unturned, this fall, we will once again offer a new Master Gardener class to our citizens. Now let's roll the dice. 2 and a 1. Annie, that's you.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Annie Labrada. I'm the Volunteer Coordinator at Extension. Therapeutic horticulture serves many different organizations and agencies such as Monarch Beach Club, Caregivers Day Out, Gentle Expert Memory Care, Circle of Hope Grief Group, Twyford Grief Support Group, and Spring Arbor. Studies have shown there's a wonderful correlation between healing and plants. Therapeutic horticulture looks to incorporate these elements to provide a beneficial program for its participants. Our most recent endeavor is called the Bloom Garden, located at the Outer Banks Arboretum and Teaching Garden. It is a flower cutting garden started by Master Gardener volunteers from seed. Once the flowers are grown, they will be bundled into small bouquets and distributed through the Dare County Meals on Wheels program. The goal of this program is to provide some of our citizens with flowers to brighten their day. An unexpected result of this program is evident in its volunteers. Working closely with our Master Gardener volunteers, I can see the satisfaction and happiness they experience being part of this program. We expected that result in our community contacts, but it is very refreshing to see it amongst the organizers and volunteers. Now let's once again roll the dice and see where we land. Okay, you can move your piece 7 spots ahead, and that'll take us back to Tanya. Thank you.
So this leads us to our volunteers. As you can see and have heard, our volunteers really help make our work shine. In 2023, they dedicated over 7,189 hours to outreach and education. Talk about playing their cards right. And I always like to do this, but if we plug this into a formula, it equals a value of over $215,312. So when I'm running the budget numbers, I always think like if this were a line item in our budget, it would be quite considerable. So it really is a jackpot in our books. And every year our volunteer force continues to grow. As Linda mentioned, we're going to be offering a new Master Gardener training in the fall, and our 4-H clubs continue to increase in their volunteer participation. So we're really proud to have such a powerful group of individuals in the community sharing our resources and supporting our programs. They truly are aces in our hole. And as we approach the final rounds of this year, we reflect on the incredible contributions of our volunteers. We may be close to the end of the game, but with such dedication from a team, we're always ready for the next move. So let's keep testing our luck and roll the dice again. We're almost to the end. So another 3. So if you can move your game piece ahead 3 spaces. This puts us on our partnership space on the game board. And our partners are another reason we are able to have such success with our programs and our efforts in the county. Number one, they help us expand our reach across the county. They have networks that we haven't reached yet, so it just makes us even broader of who we can talk to. Another thing that our partners do is provide support and guidance with programming efforts. And this is really evident in our advisory council. In 2023, we sort of did a reset, and we have 9 very active and contributing advisory council members from diverse backgrounds. Commissioner Bass Knight has been able to join us, and we have members that are entrepreneurs, retired school board members, and the list goes on, and we just appreciate all of their support in guiding our programming efforts. In addition, our partners assist with making positive impacts in our community. And Dare County, we thank you really for being a great partner in our work. Certainly, we appreciate your financial support, but the collaborative spirit between departments is just a real game changer. Whether it's sharing meeting spaces, building cross-departmental programs, or assisting with marketing and promotion, we couldn't do this great work without the help of Dare County and its many amazing people that serve this community. You are all part of our winning team, and together we're moving our pieces strategically ahead on the board. You've truly helped us roll the dice in our favor. And with that being said, we can just slide into the finish line. Rest assured that our collaborative efforts leading us towards victory. And as we reflect on the years and the past year and strategize for the future, let us embrace the spirit of exploration, where every move is a step towards innovation and success. With each program representing our dedicated teams and innovative projects, we're not just playing, we are winning. So let's keep our pieces moving and continue to dominate the board. And with that, we say thank you. Really, we appreciate all that you do in supporting our programs and our efforts. We couldn't do it without you. And I'll open the floor for any questions, if you have any.
Any questions at time?
Okay, I'll just say.
Or my
that's
team.
the best and most creative presentation we've seen in a long time.
Oh, well,
ladies.
thank you. We do.
Fantastic
We try.
job. That's
Thank
wonderful.
you. Thank you. We have a great team. And I do want to recognize the volunteers that are here supporting us. And we had some advisory council members too that had to duck out, but we have a great team backing us always. And if you think of a question, don't hesitate to pop into our office, send us an email, or give us a phone call. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
She took our game board and passed.
I know.
Oh, no,
but
you may keep
can't play
them.
no more.
No, you may keep them.
I want to know the outcome of the tomatoes. Which ones come out
Oh,
most
yeah. Well,
productive and best tasting?
wonderful.
So we'll hear back from you all.
Yes, because there's going to be a taste testing trial. So
Thank
you'll be
you.
able to participate in
Let
that
us
if
know.
you'd like.
All right.
We'll send you
All
an invite.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, we will.
great. Perfect. We'll be in
Garden fresh
touch.
tomato? Are you
Yeah,
kidding?
we'll bring the
Fantastic.
mayo and the bread.
Good deal. All right.
That's
Well,
great,
thank you
ladies.
so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you. We
Excellent
appreciate
job.
it.
Chairman, that brings us to item 12 on the agenda. We had a request from the Men's Health Network for a proclamation declaring June as Men's Health Month. And with your permission, I'll read that proclamation.
Yes, sir.
Whereas men's health is a part of an ongoing international effort to educate men, boys, and their families about receiving regular disease prevention, screenings, and living healthier lifestyles. And whereas nationwide life expectancy for men ages 5 years fewer than that of women, with men experiencing higher rates of health problems such as diabetes, obesity, cancer, heart disease, and premature mortality. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on men's health in the United States, dropping men's life expectancy by 2 years. And whereas Men's Health Month is a time for the public to recognize the mental and physical needs of men and boys while encouraging fathers to be role models for their children through preventive health screenings, healthy living, and seeking needed help. And whereas the growing epidemic of suicide and substance abuse requires special effort to raise awareness of unrecognized and undiagnosed depression and mental stress in boys and men. And whereas the centerpiece of Men's Health Month is National Men's Health Week, a special awareness period passed by Congress and signed into law by President Bill Clinton on May 31st, 1994. Now, therefore, the Dare County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Men's Health Month in Dare County, North Carolina. This is the third day of June 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch to approve. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion?
I just want to make sure
Sorry.
Pardon?
I just want to make sure Commissioner Bass Knight is okay with the
I'm all
men's.
in favor of keeping our men healthy.
Thank you. And I have no further questions.
Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next, in your packet, you have a copy of a letter that we've been requested to send in support of the NCDOT's Ferry Division Rural Ferry Program to replace the motor vessel, Silver Lake vehicle, and passenger vessel.
Yep.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner House to approve, been seconded by Commissioner Ross and Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And then item 14 will be presented by Day Clausen.
Welcome this morning, Day.
Thank you. This is two housekeeping items for budget. The first is when you sold the certificate of need for home health and hospice, the proceeds were required by the contract to go into a separate fund, which is a sub-fund of the general fund. Part of that had to be restricted. So at the end of last year, it was $290,000. At the end of this year, it'll be $145,000. The remaining unrestricted amount of $2,614,389, I want to do this budget amendment so I can move it over into the 10 fund, into operating fund. It doesn't add any unrestricted or unassigned fund balance other than the reduction in the restricted amount from 290 to 195, because it's a part of the general fund and it's consolidated for the unreserved and unassigned calculation. But I did have been getting, when we send the audit report off for the certificate program, I do get a comment that says you're not allowed to have unassigned fund balance in any fund other than the general fund. But I say it's a sub-fund of the general fund, and therefore it's general fund. But then I get the same comment. So this will help us out and reduce our
So
number
it's
of
a
comments.
sub-fund of the general fund, but it's part of the fund, so therefore in the fund.
Right, but it's not allowed. So
I was kidding, Dave. I was teasing with you.
The second one, we established the Coronavirus Relief Fund. It's a special revenue fund back in fiscal 2020. We closed everything out last week with FEMA. It took a while because we were pretty aggressive with the projects we filed for. We got reimbursed from FEMA by the amount of $532,798. And there's an error on the summary. The administrative cost we got back just last month was $15,659. So this will budget amendment will allow me to move that over into the general fund and close out that special revenue fund and be done with it. And between these two items, we are adding right at around $678,000 of unassigned fund balance in the general fund. So we're asking to adopt the two budget amendments that are included in the item.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Chair to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner House and Bass Knight. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
That brings us to item 15, and this is the recommended capital improvement plans. You're going to have 3 capital improvement plans before you. One's for the county, one's for the water system, and then one's for the schools. And you have a sheet like this in front of you. I'm going to work off that sheet and sort of give you an overview. I'm not going to go through this project by project. If you have a question about any particular project that's listed, then that's fine. We'll talk about it. But this is what I'm going to tell you, sort of where we are in the plan. This has been reviewed by the Capital Improvement Committee, and they're going to recommend approval for that when it comes time to approve. We've been through this in some detail. So as you look at this sheet, I'm going to work off the top sheet, but the second sheet is the backup, and you can see it has a list of all the capital things we're doing, and this is for the county. This doesn't have anything to do with the schools, doesn't have anything to do with the water system. And so it has all the projects that are in our capital plan, and it has the year. We do it over a 5-year plan, so it has everything that's in the plan right now for the next 5 years. Understand that we redo this every year. And so something that's shown in 2028 this year, for example, when we go to look at it next year, we may find that there's something that came up that we didn't know about that we needed to do that has a higher priority than some project in 28, and we would move 28 to 29 to fit in the higher priority. So this gets juggled and shuffled annually to make sure we're doing the highest priority things with the revenues that we have available in any given year. And so that's why we approve a new plan every year, and this doesn't change much. The good news this year is in the capital plan, we had funding available to do pretty much all the capital projects that were asked for. There are a couple of things that we could not do, and we'll talk about those briefly. But for the most part, we did that. If you go back to the first sheet on there, and you'll see a box over on the right that says model results. It's got a yellow highlight over it. When we're going through the funding formula and our spreadsheets to try to figure out how much money we have and how can we spend it, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that in any given year we have a coverage ratio somewhere around 1. There's no law that says that. There's nothing that requires us to do that. It's been 0 before. But a funding ratio of 1 means that we have enough money in savings that if we got 0 revenues in a year, then we have enough money in savings to pay all the debt service that we have for that year in the plan. If that ratio is 1.2, then we have 2% more, 20% more in the fund than we need to do that, and so on. Again, we try to keep it at 1, but the reality is it's unlikely we would ever have a year that we would get absolutely 0 revenue. So that's probably very conservative. And so when we do the models and we place all these, we look at those coverage ratios, and you can see when you look at that, doing all those things that we were doing, that we were requested to do, we don't run into any issues where it goes below 1 until 2037. And then it's going from 1.0 to 0.93. So it's a very small change. It's a long ways off, and lots of things can change. And the ability to correct that, if that remains so, if we wanted to, remains high. And so really that doesn't pose a lot of risk. And my point in telling you all that is the model shows that with the assumptions that we've used, if you assume that we're going to get 2% growth, if we use an interest rate of, what did we use, Dave, 4 or 4.25? Yeah, so an interest rate of about 4, and those things hold true, and our revenues hold true, then this model will work. Again, we'll look at it again next year. If any of those assumptions change, then we modify this accordingly.
And if interest rates were slightly lower, Dave, 3.8, 3.7, that would give a little bit boost to the coverage ratio, if I'm reading it correctly. I'm not saying change it. I'm just saying I would interpret it that way.
Right.
Okay.
There are a couple of things that we had to change that were requested that we aren't able to do because the funding's not there. One is in our public works replacement plan, we had a building in there for buildings and grounds. Did we remove that, Dave, or did we leave it in? We took that out. It stayed in. So then we didn't take anything out except what? Did we leave the fuel items in?
4 items listed on the second detail page.
4 items listed on the second detail page.
Okay.
Let's
Under
skip to
Public
that.
Works.
All right, so yeah, so there was a second set of scales at Buxton. That was about a $285,000 item. There was some facilities maintenance utility bucket truck that we did not include. There were some blood analysis units that were pushed back after 2029. I'm looking the third page in.
Third page in, okay.
And it's right in the middle of the page. It says requested projects not recommended.
That's right. We went through these with
Right,
you in that.
right.
Yeah.
And then the ultrasound
Okay.
units.
Yep.
And those last two are EMS things, and Jenny was there, and these were pushed back at her suggestion, and so that's why we did those things. With that said, we were able to meet the terms and the conditions and the things that we needed in our capital improvement plan, and so if you were to pass this, then we would be granting all the requests that we received. If you look right above where you were just looking at, that is the water capital improvement plan. And the rate models that we have cover all those costs for those 10 or so things that we're doing as the capital items in the water plan too. And so we don't have any issues there. We have funding. That's all pay-go, so that's all cash. There's no debt there, and so we don't have to worry about coverage ratios or anything like that because we're going to pay for that as we do it. And then if you skip on over to the next to the last page. The next to the last page is the school capital improvement plan. If you look in the school capital improvement plan, if you look right in the middle, you'll see something highlighted in yellow, and that's sort of the column I'm working from first. We sort of take the same approach with regard to the coverage ratios, which you'll see in the right-hand column there, the point in 0.0, and then it goes to 0.06. And so those are our coverage ratios there. The first two, the 0.06 and the 0.08, until we did this plan, they were going to be 0. So we actually improved those ratios by this capital improvement plan. And as you can see, they then grow over time until we get to the 1.0 in 32. The lowest it is in there that where we're doing something is in 26, and that would be 0.5. We looked at that to see how much risk that posed to us, and the debt service in that year is a little over $3 million. And so if we got 0 funds in that year, we would have to come up with $1.5 million extra dollars to make that payment, which we could probably handle easily. So in a budget year that far off. So we could deal with that. The likelihood of us getting 0 funding is very slim. So our risk is, yes. So our risk there is less than that $1.5 million. And so with that risk, that makes this plan affordable because it's a minimal amount of money there. And so again, from the financial side of it, the plan works. And so that takes you over to the second page, which is what are we doing with that money? Sure.
I had a question on the previous capital plan. How will we delve into this?
Sure.
Or would you rather me hold that?
Okay.
It was on the, and this is kind of just clarifying, Dave, on the second page, page 2, under fiscal 25, we have both the EMS Nags Head Station for 13 million and the Public Works of 42.5 million.
Correct.
Yeah, for some reason, I didn't think we were doing Public Works in the coming year.
Well, if you recall,
I may have
well,
misremembered.
that's the third phase of our current construction processes. And so those will come up and he'll start the financing correct in that year. And that'll allow us to bid it and get it going where it may not, will be 18 months after that to complete it. So yeah.
Right. So the 42,525 is the beginning of the bid process, Dave?
Actually, we will have to do a RFQ for architect
Yeah.
and then
So,
go
So
through
so
that.
we're not
then-
spending $42 million in the next 12 months.
No.
That's what I thought.
we have to,
You might issue debt approximately 12 months from now.
so
Okay.
you have to establish a budget to spend the money. So the project budget is 42,525. So when the time is appropriate, he'll come back to you with the document creating that budget, and then we spend over it over the next 2 or 3 years as we go through the process to spend that 42.5.
And I see we still have the sheriff's $2 million evidence storage building.
It's still in the plan.
Why are you smiling at me, County Manager?
You're smiling at me. I don't know.
Sheriff and I are going to discuss the cost of the evidence building.
And we have the Nag's Head in there too, and we, just so Nag's Head doesn't think we've got the cart before the horse, we don't have the plan worked out with Nag's Head yet. That's a number we have to get the process going, but we also have to work through that with Nag's Head.
Thank you.
All right, so we're back to the school capital improvement plan, and the school capital improvement plan is the capital improvements that the school board has told us that they need, and in the priority order that they say that they need them. We've heard a lot about the early college. That is in the 25 years. We've heard a lot about other needs. There are millions of dollars, more than $1 million of other needs. In fact, there's almost $2 million of other needs. There's a roof replacements, there's siding replacements, there's painting, there's a chiller replacement, there's a HVAC riser replacement, there's air handler replacements, there's gym floor renovations, there's a chiller replacement, there's another gym floor replacement, there are fuel oil tanks, there's playground equipment. I think that in that 25 million is a field house at Manio High School. So there are a number of things in the capital plan beyond just the early college in fiscal year 25. When you go into 26, there's another roof replacement, irrigation replacement, another irrigation replacement, air handler replacements, chiller compressors replacements, roof replacements, another chiller replacement, and then a storage facility at Run Hill. That's another couple of $1 million. In 27, there's exterior painting and siding. There's another roof replacement. There's another roof replacement. There's another roof replacement. There's another roof replacement. As you can see, there's a roof replacement schedule to keep these things. There's a chiller replacement schedule. There's an HVAC replacement schedule. All those things are done on the schedule that the school board has given us for those things. And then when you come to 28, there is another gym floor renovation. There's an auxiliary gym, a $7 million project. There's an addition and modernization for $5 million. There's another addition and moderation for $5 million. There's another roof replacement. There's another chiller replacement. There's another chiller replacement. There's a kitchen rebuild, a $7 million project. There's another renovation for $3 million. There's another window replacement for $150,000. And then there's another some storage facility cost that's at about $1 million. So again, those projects. When you go out to 29, there's another air handler replacement. There's an athletic lighting LED upgrade. There's a FA system replacement. There's a chiller replacement. There's another FA system replacement. And then there's an HVAC controls. And so with those things that I've just listed, that's every capital improvement thing that we know about that we've heard from the school board is funded by the plan on the schedule that their people have told us that we need. We've talked with their maintenance folks and all that. We've talked with their board members. We've had our 5-on-5s, and we've been through all those things. And so when we left those meetings, the idea was to get this in the capital plan in this order, and what we have shown you does that.
I think you mentioned the Manio Fieldhouse.
Yes.
Where is that on this?
It isn't, but it is included in that 25 million.
I got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not specific.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So that's what's in front of you. If you choose to adjust anything on that, you can do that. And we may not be able to adjust it as we speak, but we can run it back through the model, and whatever adjustments you make may require other adjustments because everything doesn't fit easily. So it's before you, and if you have questions, then Dave and I can answer them. Dave, you've got a PowerPoint. Do we need to go through that real quick, before we act on any of these?
And these are just highlights. As Bobby went through the projects, your general fund is just your general program, which is just the county's almost 88 million, 44 projects. The water fund's 13.2 at 10 projects, and the schools 66 million at 30. Then the handouts Bobby was just working from, the fourth page of that lists the capital outlay that's in fiscal 25. You've already approved that capital outlay in the budget, but we wanted to list them out for you, especially a good portion or all of the second half of that portion, which are the PAYGO projects or Parks and Recreation at $550-some thousand. Then we just provided summaries out of the ClearGov software where you can see the projects by department. These are the county CIP. What you'll have in the county CIP, we'll either have 1 or 2 debt issues next year, just depending on timing. You had the Public Works replacement, the Buxton Public Works replacement, the Nags Head EMS station and the site, and the sheriff's storage building. Then just in other years, the major projects, in 26, you're replacing all the sheriff emergency management and EMS portable handheld radios. You're also replacing the EMS cardiac monitors. In 27, we will build cell number 6 at the C&D site. In 28, you replace the helicopter engines at approximately $1.8 million. And then the Collins walkway that goes from here to the bridge is in at $1.5 million. But the net for that, it's assumed some grants, and the net for that's under 400,000. Plus, there's. Oh, go ahead. I know what you're going to say.
That needs to be revisited for the scope of the project, because that's essentially building it anew, and whether that's really what we need or not, we need to run the scope. So that's a placeholder for that amount of money, and likely it would be something less than that.
Right. And then in 29, almost $900,000 to replace original air handling units and other HVAC stuff at Health and Human Services in the COA Professional Arts Building. $800,000 to redo the audio visual, all those boards and their controllers in the 911 center and the EOC center. $800,000 for replacing all the network hardware for the entire county system. And as Bobby said, there were 4 items not recommended, not included. The Buxton scales, which was the duplication that's in the Buxton Public Works project, the facilities maintenance bucket truck, and the 2 EMS projects. They're all identified on the far right columns in your handouts, of which are PAYGO, which are short-term debt, and which are long-term debt. That's a good balance between short-term debt and PAYGO, about 12% and 13%. And the LOBs, or limited obligation bonds, is a higher percentage because you've got that very large public works project next year. The model assumptions are the ones the board agreed on at the budget workshop: 2% for the land transfer tax annual growth. For the projects next year, we used, actually, I think I made a mistake and used 4% instead of 3.75%. So
wait a minute.
I did. And then the transfer from the general fund is to the capital investment fund for general fund monies for capital and debt services, $9,825,000. You can see the first 5 years of the coverage looks great, and as Bobby mentioned, the next 10 years or so get right at the 1, but so much time will pass by then, and the just remember with capital projects, we'll redo this next year for the same thing. And if you start running into issues, you delay or eliminate projects. The water rate model, water was very easy this year. Rate model provides about 3.5 million a year in pay-go projects. They're spending a little bit more than that in the first 2 years, but less in the later years. So we're below that 3.5 million average. Yes, yes. And we only grow the revenues by about 1% per year because of a lot of factors, but we reserve part of that cash flow for capital pay-go in that water model. And as Bobby said, there's no debt for the water. And this just a chart out of ClearGov showing you which projects are which. And the blue one says water because that goes across all 5 water treatment plants and water distribution. And then the schools, that model, so you'll know, is the restricted sales tax right now are about $6.7 million annually. The lottery funds are less than $400,000 annually. As you know, when we did the prior CIPs, we set up a separate fund starting with this year's budget, July 1st of 23, for the schools, and separated it from the general because we knew in fiscal 26 that revenue flow versus what you spent was going to flip. We've always spent a lot more than what those restricted revenues were. Starting in fiscal 26, it would be the opposite case. But the second half of that is that it still needed support in fiscal 24 and 25. So you're doing the $1,622,000 transfer this year. Last year at this time, we said we needed $645,000. So that's in your approved, in your CIP, your general CIP. And as Bobby said, we did the requested projects per the schools using their priorities, and we worked it through that separate model. The big projects requested in 27, the model went negative from that point on, from around fiscal 28 for 10 years, with all of them in 27. If you move them to 28, it works.
So we went from negative balance for 10 years to it works by moving it 1 year.
Right, and gaining $7 million of sales tax revenue.
Okay.
Essentially. I did look at what Commissioner Ross suggested this morning. To make that work in 27, you would need a cash infusion somewhere between $4 and $5 million to make everything work in 27. Your
And
choices.
by work, you mean it simply would not be a negative fund
It just
balance.
wouldn't be a negative. At best, it would be like 1/4 coverage, 1/4 of 1 point cover or 1 times coverage. You've got the sources are the more money out of the general CIP or your general fund unassigned fund balance, which there won't be that much at the end of this year because you changed the policy to 25% and used 9.4 million of last year's unassigned fund balance over the 25%. And then there's the WODA Cooper, formerly WODA Cooper money that was committed for housing, still is committed for housing, but that's a board commitment that you can change. Then there projects out of the ClearGov, just 2 slides showing you what they were. And then the main thing I need to cover are these 2 red numbers here for fiscal 24 and 25. At the time we did the model, we used, I'll show you this one, the North Carolina League of Municipalities sales tax projections. And these are statewide sales tax. It's not the local sales tax. And this time last year, they said to use 6% for Article 40 and 3 1/3 for Article 42. Well, to date, and we only have collections through the end of February, the Article 40 is 2.5%. And the Article 42 is 201. And this morning I got the email. They give us a preview of the next month's sales tax. So the March, everything that was collected in the state, not breaking it down by source, it was only up 1.4%. So that's going to erode those numbers a little bit more. The point being is that we need to make a lottery draw because so we don't end up with a negative fund balance in that separate special revenue fund.
Yeah, could you define the words lottery draw?
The state holds all the lottery funds.
Mhm.
You have to make an application to withdraw it.
Mhm.
Application's got to be signed by the chairman of the county board and the chairman of the school board. And you send the application in. If it's for debt service, it's a very simple process. And we've got very large debt service payments being made today, about $19 million worth by our trustee. So we've got plenty that's eligible. And it is a large number, but I have to get it done by the end of June in order to book it as a receivable. And at the end of June, I still got 3 months of sales tax left to project. And one of those months, June, is the third largest month of the whole year. And point being is if we have a negative fund balance in a fund and we go to the local government commission to apply for debt approval, that is a FPIC, financial performance indicator of concern, and then you're not allowed to be on the consent agenda. So I want to not have a negative fund balance.
So as a practical matter, it simply means we're going to ask for lottery money sooner than we would have. It's there for us. We're eligible for it. We're doing it. When Dave and I were talking about this, I asked him to run the model based on what can we draw out now to balance the fund that keeps us from going negative and keeps those coverage ratios at something that we could accept. And the numbers that he's requesting and what he's going to ask you to approve and authorize the chairman to sign are those dollars that we can pull out now that do that. You plug those into the model as another revenue source. You add those to the revenue sources that we're projecting going forward, and then you run your model and you have the funding available to do everything that's on the plan. And so that is what we're doing. It's a very conservative approach because I think we need it, but we may not need all that we're taking, but we don't know that until it will be too late to make that decision. So we're taking enough to make sure it all works, and we may come out a little ahead at the end.
How much are you planning to take? I mean,
What was the number, Dave?
what was the number? I'm sorry, I
That
missed
was
it.
500,000.
500,000. So that's the
Two
required amount
2 years take. What were the numbers?
in order to stay
200
positive.
That's a long out guess, but 200 in the second year.
200, okay.
500 and 200.
Okay.
Everybody's been very puzzled about that, especially the state. Our sales tax locally is doing better than statewide. And the statewide since December, the one that caused concern was December, that was actually down. And I haven't seen any answers.
So let me go back and kind of put all this together again, and more so for the people that are listening than for you all. We're looking at 3 different capital improvement plans. We're looking at a water plan that's funded with the water rates. Our water rates are projected to go up 1%, 5%. So there's a 5% rate increase in the water rates to make everything break even. And the capital improvements are paid for out of that fund. The county's capital improvement plan is paid for out of the general fund, and that's really for all of our sources of revenue that go into that fund, and paid for with a lottery fund. And then I think it was 9.8 million of general fund revenue goes into the capital improvement
Land
fund.
transfer tax, not lottery.
I'm sorry, land transfer tax.
That is.
So we have land transfer. We'll back up even further. We have a capital improvement plan, and then we have a capital improvement fund. And the capital improvement fund is funded with the land transfer tax and a $9.8 million subsidy, if you will, from the general fund. And so that pays for all the county capital improvements. And then you have the school capital improvement plan, and that's funded with the lottery money and the sales tax money from the state that's directed solely to that. There's been some letters and things that you received that we need to pay teachers more. We need to do all those things, and they may well be true. But these funds that we get for the school capital improvement fund can only be used for capital improvement items. We can't use them to do other things that may be important for the schools. We can only use them for the capital improvements in the school. In addition, at least at the school and at the county level, we have the capital improvements, and then what's the capital outlay that we have? So we have the local capital outlay. So there's other capital things that we do out of budget. Those are for things that the sum is less than, is it 50,000? Yeah. So anything that costs $50,000 or less is done out of the capital outlay fund. We have a capital outlay fund, as does the school system. And so they get money to do maintenance and repairs for capital improvements that don't rise to the numbers that we looked at on this capital improvement plan that we just do, in addition to the capital improvement plan. So again, a lot of moving pieces and a lot of money, but it's all going to those projects. So when you move forward today, you're going to approve, if you choose to, you would approve these plans, or any of the plans, if you choose to modify them, then you would tell us, how you would like to modify them, and then we can go back and do that. If you choose to approve them, then you're approving the plan as it's presented. And if you're approving the school capital plan, you're also authorizing the chairman to sign the request for the lottery draw that we need to make that plan work. So with all that information, all that stuff, are there any questions?
I have a question. Sure. I'm gonna go back to the county plan.
Okay.
In looking over the 5-year plan, there had been mention of a sports complex under, I guess, Parks and Rec being put in. I mean, it's not in within.
That's not in.
Not in the plan. Okay.
So to let everybody know what we're talking about, there has been discussion by a lot of people. We've gotten phone calls and people, what would it take to do a sports complex where you'd have, make up numbers, 8 baseball fields and 9 soccer fields and X number of pickleball courts and all these things. And you're trying to draw people in from all over everywhere to come in and do all this. And so the idea, it may well be a good idea, hasn't been vetted far enough to even put numbers on it, because we really don't know what we're talking about. It's just sort of a concept that's been thrown out there. So there's nothing in this budget to do that. Okay. If we were going to do that, I say unlikely, I guess it could be done, but trying to do that, something that large in a 5-year plan would be close.
We need to make friends. We need to make friends with a professional athlete, like they do in other places.
That's a good
Everywhere you
idea.
go in North Carolina, it's got some athlete's name on it.
That's true, yeah.
Semi-facetious there,
But it's as a flexible plan, it could be added at any time, right? Or this, yes?
Change it every year.
Change it every year.
We
Got
can
it.
delete Public Works and put in a sports complex.
I don't think that'll work.
They'll howl,
Do you-
We can do it. I'm just telling you, we can do it.
I just know Bobby had mentioned forming a task force or some group to study it, so I
They're doing that. That's
didn't know.
already
Okay.
underway.
All right. Thank you. And I have one more thing.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
On the school's capital plan,
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm sorry.
if you go to I guess it's the 3rd page of the county, when the one that has the requested project, has the water at the top and then the project's not requested.
Yeah.
Look right below there where it says recommended additional language for the county CIP approval. What that does is that will allow us to use any excess funds from any of the projects that we've approved that we borrowed money on to do Parks and Rec projects at whatever priority you say. So if we come in under budget on all of our EMS stations, for example, it would allow us to use those excess funds to try to start doing some of the things
Perfect.
in that
That's
without
great.
having to start all over again. Yeah.
That's great. That's good.
Yeah.
And then on the school's capital plan, I would love to see the Manio High School project printed somewhere on here. I mean, you know, we can say it's included, but
All right, well, I put early college and then I put a hyphen or slash there and include that in that line item. If that's what you like, that's how you like to show it.
I'd like to, I'd like to see it
She's
listed.
asking that we show the Manio Fieldhouse on
Right,
here,
yeah.
not just keep saying it. So we can easily do that on the.
That's agreeable.
And we recognize that when you approve this, you're approving that with that in it. You're telling us that that needs to be a
part
priority
of
for
that
what we're doing.
project,
Correct.
yes. At some place, it needs to be on here.
We'll get it in
Yes.
there.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, well, are we moving to a vote? I'm going to ask.
No, we're not moving to a
Okay,
vote. I'm just
fine.
moving to conversation. If you have any questions about the budget, especially the page 6. Well, I got something. I want to clarify some things. But I'd like for the superintendent to clarify some things. You know, we've heard from the public in statements about we don't want early college now. We need to do this. This needs to be done. That needs to be done. What the public's not aware of is under that fiscal 25, we're talking $27.2 million. In addition to the 25 million plus the field house, we got $2.2 million worth of work that's going to be done. And the public saying, we need to do this, we need to do that.
Mr. Chairman, in addition to what you're saying, I heard it stated, and this is what I specifically would like to add to your question, that the health and safety of the students in the Dare County schools is being put at risk. I heard that a little while ago.
Absolutely.
From public speakers. And that assertion was made, and I'd like to know and hear from you for the record, sir. Are we putting students' health and safety at risk under this capital plan?
No, sir, we are not. As a matter of fact,
Mary Helen's hands went up in the air.
the
Why is that, ma'am? Sorry, I just wanted to hear from the individual in charge of the school system about the health and safety of the kids.
when we're talking about things like air quality, obviously last fall, we had a situation where we were replacing chillers in 2 schools and the parts did not come in. And the humidity came up in the schools and we had a mold issue. We came to you. We scrubbed both those buildings top to bottom. And at that time, the board voted to contract with an air quality study group that's going to come in based on their recommendations once in the fall and once in the spring, when you change the systems over to check the air quality in those buildings. We've just had that done. Those results are posted on our website. They've been there since May 24th. The air quality in our buildings is fine. We had an elevated number in one building, and I'll explain that completely. The First Flight Middle School numbers were a little higher than they were in the fall. The mold that they found in there was related to wood. Those buildings obviously are concrete, which lends you to try to figure out where the wood's coming from. Well, it can come from several places. It can come from the mulch outside. It can come from the fact that the windows are being left open in the building because you can't control the outside air. It can come from braces in the windows that are wood that have been laying there for a long time. What was very interesting was in the areas where the numbers were elevated, none of those rooms were connected to each other. So it's not in the system. It's not in the air handler system, so it's being moved around the building. It was in individual rooms and spaces. So we're trying to investigate exactly why it might be those places. Also, having plants in your room with soil and mulch in the plant, that could also elevate those numbers a little bit. So we've made some recommendations to the staff of how they can do that. Those numbers were not outrageous. It's not a mold issue. They were just a little elevated over in the fall. So we're addressing that.
Outside of air quality, are there any other, and I look to David as well, health or safety risks that our students face?
No,
that
sir.
aren't being addressed, that are being ignored in any way?
No, sir.
Can I ask for a clarification
Yeah.
on when you hear the description of what's coming out of the ground at the Cape Hatteras kitchen area? I mean, that's food. for kids. How would you address that if that's not a safety issue?
The drains, just like anything else in the floor, particularly down there, when you're that low, sometimes the drains drain better than they do at other times. When you get high water content in the ground, the water doesn't run out as quick as it does, you would like for it to. And those kind of things are being addressed every single time it backs up. If debris gets in the drains, it has to be cleaned out. And the maintenance department has been doing that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Rob, I had some more questions.
Let me say, can I say one more thing about that? I don't care how much money you give us ultimately. We're never going to finish doing all the maintenance that we have to do on our buildings. So all of those numbers and all of those items that we're talking about will never be complete. There will always be something else to do. So there's no way we can clear that entire sheet. And having said that, there's no way we can clear that entire sheet at the same time. So each of those projects has got to be timed out. They can't all be done at the exact same time. We don't have the personnel to do that. Even with the early college construction, the county was taking care of that. So our maintenance department didn't have to do that. So we were able to address things like starting the building at Manio High School. And we have actually already issued an RFQ to get bids in from an architect that we not only would use for one project, but the way we wrote the RFQ is once we get that architect in, we can use them for multiple projects. So there's not downtime between each one of the projects. We can run one project right into the next one as soon as we are at a point that it can be paid for.
Rob, do you have any more questions? Because I had some more.
You go ahead, continue. I'll pick up later.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, I said earlier that the public's saying we don't need to do early college. We got other priorities. I'm looking at this. We got $2.2 million in 2025 over and above early college. Your maintenance folks knows what needs to be done. Your board listens to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
These are priorities that they brought to you. One of the other comments, in particular that's in here is in 2028 is the classroom addition in First Light High School. And it's been said we're 113, 117% over capacity. I heard otherwise at the 5-on-5. Can you once again address that? I don't want to call it an accusation. A statement, assertion that it's not 113 or 17% over capacity?
No, sir, I can't tell you that because it is.
Okay.
In October. And so the population right now at First Light High School is probably lower than the population was in October. The state uses our second month as our overall population. So when you look at the numbers in October, you're not factoring in the fact that in December, 40 kids graduated, which is 2 classrooms. So the numbers now at First Light High School are actually down, but they always are in the spring. We are at 113% capacity at First Light High School, but that doesn't mean it's busting at the seams. That means that the capacity rating, not the fire rating, but the capacity rating for the building is a different figure than how many the building can hold, if that makes sense.
Okay.
We use that number when it comes to attendance zone transfers. For example, Manio High School is at 85%, and that's the cutoff for students being able to transfer into any of our schools is 85%. First Light High School has had a large population. They've got a bump in population that's going through right now. They're juniors and sophomores, and once that group gets through, I can see the population dropping a little bit. It's about 880 right now, but it's been in the 900s, close to 1,000.
Okay. Well, the point I'm trying to make is your maintenance folks says we should replace a roof at Kitty Hawk Elementary School before we paint the exterior of Kitty Hawk Elementary School. Is that correct? That's a higher priority.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they come to you with these priorities, and that's what y'all are listening to.
Yes, sir.
That's the point I'm trying to make when I'm asking you these questions, is they have prioritized these in the order that they think is of the most importance. Is that correct?
Everything on here was discussed with me by the maintenance director as far as the priority and what we need to address and how quickly we needed to address it.
That's all I have for the moment. So does anybody else have any questions they want
I do.
to ask Commissioner Bass Knight?
Well, go ahead, Bob.
Just to give you, I was looking at their thing. On their capital improvement plan, there's 11 projects of air and HVAC improvements done over the plan, and there are 6 roofing and siding projects for moisture control
Right.
type things through the project. And again, as I said before, none of this takes into account the money they have in their capital outlay fund for all the little projects under $50,000 that they do all year
Right.
round. They've got, I don't remember what the number is. Is it 2 million? I don't remember.
Right at 2 million.
Right at $2 million more of capital dollars on top of what all we just talked about.
Right.
That they use at their discretion to solve these kinds of problems as well.
Yeah, that's actually helpful.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the implications earlier were we were being rather careless and carefree about the maintenance of our buildings, the quality of air in the buildings, the health and safety of the kids, and that the construction of a facility on the COA property of a early college would cause
I'll remind
severe
you all and
ramifications.
remind the public that last year when there was a health problem, and it was an expensive health problem, nearly $2 million health problem, right?
There's 1 million.
Right at 1
So
million.
just
$1
over
million.
Right at 1
million.
million, 880, 850
Well, we
something.
did that.
We
immediately.
approved it immediately, and without it being in any budget, we went in fund balance and took the money, did what we had to do. So if there are health problems there, if we know about them, we'll certainly address them.
Immediately.
Well, I just want to point out something too about this environment here. I'm not trying to justify anything, but I know. I've been to other parts of the state, and they don't have the weather issues that we have. They don't have the humidity issues that we have. If you're gonna, if people are gonna hone in on these air handler replacements and mold, that's a fact of life on the Outer Banks. It is very humid here. I mean, Greensboro, they got a bunch of schools out there, but they don't have the humidity counts that we have. It's not a fair comparison if you're looking at it from a student population standpoint. It's about the environment here. You're out here on the edge of the earth.
I mean, I'm in the mold remediation business, and I can tell you on the Outer Banks, with the environment we have here, every single structure on the Outer Banks has mold in it. It's just depending on what type and how much. You know, most of them are very, yeah, the salt air doesn't help it. So, I mean, it's just, it's one of those things you do have to constantly monitor, which y'all are, to make sure the levels don't get high enough in the school system. And which is what your AC and your chillers and your ACs are supposed to take care of, to keep it moderate. Which I think the school system doing a good job. Unfortunately, we had the chiller go up, and that exasperated that situation. But
I just, one other thing, if I could, you know, just following, I'm interested in hearing what, any more questions Rob has to say. I think he's got his fingers on some things here. But, you know, I'm looking, the issue was early college. Why aren't we doing the maintenance issues? All right, well, it's a function of money. We are doing the maintenance issues. There's been pain spread out over 3 years on this, but we're dealing with it with the capacity that we have to deal with. We're dealing with it with the, I've got kids in Cape Hatteras School. I freak out. I have upset parents calling me about the 7 mil on that, but you know, we've got overpopulation there at Kill Devil Hills, but you know, everybody's having to wait a little bit here. This is the solution we have to deal with early college and to deal with the maintenance issues and to make them both work. That's the way I see it.
Rob, do you have anything else?
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. We all know students don't come in nice, neat little packages. So what's the classroom space like at First Flight High School? Do you have enough classrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have teachers on carts or
No,
anything
ma'am.
like that?
No, ma'am.
So there's no,
To my knowledge, everybody's in a classroom.
everybody's
and
in a
they're empty
classroom. Everybody has a
classrooms.
space
Yes,
to
ma'am.
be in, and it's not a problem with.
The only issue that we have at First Fight High School is we've got some kids taking health because of the lack of space in the athletic area in the cafeteria or in the rotunda. They're teaching health classes there because there wasn't any class available during that period of time.
Hence the request for additional
Additional
classrooms there
classrooms, yes, ma'am, with the
in-
auxiliary gym.
in 28.
If you move forward with the early college, what does that do to your student population at first flight? Does that mean that you still need an addition if you take
Well,
kids out?
and again, not knowing those, and the gray area of all this is there's no exact, I can't tell you that we're going to take 100 kids out of First Flight High School because I don't know who's going to apply. But the possibility is that we'll have a number of students apply from First Flight High School who will no longer be in that building, which could obviously reduce the population in each of our buildings.
And one more, I'm sorry. You want to follow up
No,
on
go
that? 'Cause I
ahead.
have a
Go
different,
ahead.
I'm moving to a different part.
No,
So,
go ahead.
okay. I want to follow up on what Danny said about the cafeteria at Cape Hatteras, the drainage problem. I mean, how often does that take place? Because we all know the water level is rising in Dare County. So are we going to see that as a increased threat, like this year, next year? I mean, is it bubbling up every day? Is there a problem drainage?
No,
Is
no,
it just
it-
when we have a hurricane?
No, it's, like I said, if it gets trash in the drains, you clean the floor and things get mopped into the drain and it clogs things up, or you get an excessive amount of rain and it may back up.
So it could be frequently, it backs up.
It's not frequent enough that I get a call.
Okay.
What do you mean by frequent, B?
Well, I mean,
Monthly,
if they
weekly,
mop
week?
every day, if they
You're saying it could back up
could,
every day?
it could if you,
Does
if
it
it's
back up
trash
every day?
I don't know. I don't know the
if they
answer.
clean it
I
every
haven't
day.
been called been told.
Does it back up
Knowing the
every day?
environment down there, this was addressed the last time about how low it is in there, and it's inherent. It's just I don't want to call it a flaw, but it was a divine
Well, it's-
design oversight at the time.
It's low.
And but if we have a cranker come, if we have a major hurricane come up the coast, I mean, the forecast's not looking good for this fall. So we'll see, but that would be what would intensify the issue there. But we're gonna have to deal with it when it happens.
But can we wait that long to deal with it? Can we wait till 28 to fund it?
Well, there's two different issues there.
Okay.
The day-to-day issue, if it's a day-to-day issue, is an issue that has to be addressed day-to-day. We got flooding here
Mhm.
in a hurricane.
Yeah.
So we get flooding in lots of buildings, and there's a recovery process, and there's funding and do all that. So we can recover from a hurricane
Mhm.
however we do that. That doesn't solve the issue that they're addressing, but
I
the
know.
hurricane isn't driving
No,
whether you do this or
yeah,
not.
I know. I'm just asking if that needs to be done before funding
Well,
it in 28.
Well, I'll put it this way. When were the renovations done at Cape Hatteras Secondary School?
It's been pushing 20, renovations or construction?
Well, like when they redid the library after the last hurricane and, again, pre-me.
Yes, it's.
Dorian?
Dorian was 2017. Some of it was Irene for 2011, but yeah, let's give it a 6 to 7 year time
Well,
frame.
that cafeteria's been there at the same height that it is today.
Since the 50s.
So, I mean, whoever made the decision at that point that it wasn't necessary to do, we're dealing with that today.
Could you put pumps on it?
Sir,
Could you put a pump on it?
possibly could.
Pardon me?
I said you possibly could put a pump on it.
Somebody, and let me
What
clarify
about
that.
discharging that water? I mean,
Somebody suggested building a berm around it. That creates a bathtub. So we don't want to do that.
That was me. That was asking the
Okay,
question.
that-
I didn't understand the bathtub effect, so you guys helped me on that.
Hyde County did that in Swan Quarter and learned very quickly. That's not a good idea.
You're absolutely right.
I'm talking about you're talking about when it backs up.
Oh.
Use a pump to pump. Could you not use a pump to pump it? I'm talking about hooked to the drain to pump it out.
from my understanding, the maintenance department has used their camera device and have went through that whole line in that facility. And they found some things they through that camera device and they fixed it. So, I mean, that's just basically who throws what's down on the floor and washes it in instead of picking it up. You know, just
compressed drain pipe.
Yep.
It's just low and it's low. It's just low.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not understanding.
You're thinking about taking a pump and putting it on the drain and sucking
the water out. Is that what you're
I'm
asking?
talking about putting it where the drain comes out and pumping it out. They're not pumping it in the school.
Well, actually, this particular drain goes into a lift station, which is out by the bus parking lot. And then from that lift station, it pumps to the main drain tank. Then that goes into the LPP fields, and then it's pumped out by the baseball field.
So is it pumped to the lift station?
It is gravity to the lift station, and then from that lift station, it's pumped to the.
Should it be pumped to the lift station? Now we're addressing what I'm.
Don't know the answer.
That we could look into that, but
So that leads me to, if it's going to a lift station where there's a pump, then that means it's a sealed system. It's sealed from the cafeteria to the lift station. And so for water to back up through the system, the lift station would have to be underwater. Because there's nowhere else for the water to get in through the drain except through the lift station if it's sealed, right?
yes, that makes sense. Unless there's something else that but Mr. Bass don't know, but that would be a question that we'd have to ask our maintenance.
Well, I mean, that would then lead, then why are we having backups? Why do we have backups when it rains? If it's backing up then, or are the backups as a result of debris or crushed pipes or whatever in a sealed system?
I think it's a result of multiple things. I think it needed to be done and it hadn't been done. That's why I put it in the CIP.
But you put it in 4 years? In 28.
Well,
Right, kitchen rebuild, 7 million.
Because we understood that there'd be money available that could handle those big things. Yes, ma'am.
But not until 28.
Well,
Money wouldn't be available until
but it
then.
hasn't been handled to date either.
I understand that.
Okay.
So do you feel that you need to fix it sooner than 28?
We are.
Or do you think
currently-
it's safe?
We're not just letting it sit there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we're currently working anytime that there's a backup to make sure it drains. That it's not, again, we're not just leaving it there. And I think multiple people have been into the cafeteria and looked around and said, what's wrong with the floor? Because it doesn't look like anything's wrong with the floor.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like there's water standing in the cafeteria.
Do you know off the top of your head, Steve, and I'm not trying to pin you down, since, I don't know, January 1st, how many times have we had to close the Cape Hatteras cafeteria because of flooding?
None.
I'm sorry?
None.
None?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other
Oh,
questions?
yeah, we got some more. Rob's got some, but I've got one. Application early college
Yes, sir.
approval. Just hypothetical. Say we don't move forward 2025. Y'all got approval to do so now, correct? From the state?
Yes, sir.
What happens? Is there a timeline on that approval?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Would you have, do you know if you would even have to reapply if you pushed it?
And again,
I got
I've contacted them when we moved it back from starting next fall to the following year, 25.
Gotcha.
And that wasn't a problem.
Be dangerous.
And it has passed in the budget in the General Assembly?
No, the budget hasn't passed, but
So you don't have actually have the final approval
Well,
at this
the
point?
truth is that the state could not fund it and it's still approved. It's been approved by NCDPI. It's been approved by the State Board of Education. It's been approved by the UNC system. It's been approved by the community college system. And now it is sent to the legislature because there's funding that could be tied to it. But again, the legislature doesn't necessarily have to fund it based on providing funding. They can approve it without funding.
Who will fund it if the state does not?
Well, you're really talking about $200,000. That's the additional funding.
Okay.
We will.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. That's all for me right this minute. Commissioner Ross.
Yeah, I apologize if some of these may be repetitive, Steve, because you and I have talked about it, David. I know we have as well. Will students be required or mandated to enter the early college program?
No, sir, it's an application process.
So if I was a concerned parent and I didn't want my son or daughter in the early college program, I would not be required to place them in?
No, sir, you do not have to apply.
I see. And you said that we went through all these various approvals. Does the Department of Public Instruction at North Carolina, regulate the approvals and authorizations for early college?
Yes, sir.
So we've also heard in prior question and answer that there are about 100 early college programs in the state. So we're not exactly.
134.
But there aren't, I thought there were 117 districts with 100, and we were one of 17.
117 districts. 100 of those have an early college. There are actually 134 early colleges. Some of them have multiple early colleges.
Programs. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we're not plowing new ground.
No,
It's
sir.
kind of been out there for a long time. Have we received, and again, this may be, it sounds like a trite question, has the Department of Public Instruction issued, as part of their approval process, any cautions or cautionary statements about before you proceed with early college, here are things you should consider, here are downsides to students that we've seen, that sort of thing that we should be aware of?
No, sir.
Okay, I
As a
heard
matter
it.
of fact, they wanted to use our application as an exemplar to share with other districts.
Yeah. The reason I'm going through all this, I'm not assuming the responsibility of the administration and the Board of Education in setting priorities for the investment and spending of school designated capital funds. I don't view that as our duty or job.
Absolutely. They're elected body.
But I viewed our role to be as sort of a third party before processing, which is approval, validation, if you will, which is why my first question went to the assertion that we were absolutely putting student health at risk, their safety at risk, by determining that the addition of an early college building would cause a severe or egregious denial of maintenance funds in our current structures, in our current buildings.
My understanding,
And again, you've answered that, so I'm not going to ask you again. I'm just saying that was the purpose of what I was going with.
The way it's been explained to me multiple times is, and I'm paraphrasing, not against the early college, just against the $25 million.
Okay, so all these things, the mission of, and I'll call them the Cooperative Innovative High Schools,
Yes, sir.
which is the official title.
Yes, sir.
The early college is our shorthand version. The mission statement that I've read was to prepare students for a successful 4-year institution experience or to transition and advance in a skilled trade, such as electricity, plumbing, welding.
Yes, sir.
So the 3 criteria that I've read about, students that perhaps are in a disadvantaged situation or at risk of dropping out could benefit. First generation of a family to go and advance to college could be helped out. And that those students who do have certain academic gifts that they would benefit from advanced coursework would also be helped out.
Yes, sir.
And that would be at their choice of the parent and student to apply for and move into early college.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have we discussed, and we being you guys, board and administration, not us, have we discussed, I'm using that collective we, any of this with the various principals at either First Flight High School, Manio High School, First Flight Middle School, Manio Middle School? Have the principals discussed any of this with?
Yes, sir.
And Cape Hatteras Secondary School? Sorry.
And if you would allow me, I don't have a nice presentation like the one you had a while ago with the board. But I do have spent quite a bit of time, as a matter of fact, digging up a timeline of exactly who it's been discussed with and when. And if you wouldn't mind, I'll share that with you.
Absolutely.
So Cooperative Innovative High Schools in Dare County go back to Cape Hatteras Secondary School of Coastal Studies was a cooperative innovative high school back in the early 2000s. Around 2015, then Superintendent Burgess was looking at a cooperative innovative high school in Dare County. That ultimately led to something that they referred to as College Now, which is when they pushed the high school classes down into the 8th grade to free up kids in their later years to take more college classes at COA. In October 29th of 2018, the new administration had taken over. And in leadership notes that I dug up, they were at that time, October 29, 2018, considering an early college model. They shared with the leadership at central office that they will investigate the use of the Twyford building as a possible early college or other innovative school program. That's November 26, 2018. On January 3rd, 2019, they had a parent advisory meeting where they introduced the new director of innovation and described her role as one of the projects that she'll be researching in the very near future will be focused on innovative school design and or program, possibly an early college. Again, 2019. Between January 31st and March 1st, the previous administration held student focus groups with grades 7 and 8 and 11 and 12. They held those January 9th, February 28th at First Flight High School, January 29th, 2019 at Cape Hatteras Secondary, January 31st, February 25th, 2019 at First Flight Middle, February 4th at Manio Middle, February 4th and March 1st at Manio High School. And these were made up of middle school and high school students, and they asked them this question. In an early college model, what do you know about early college? Is this a model that you would be interested in? Why and why not? And I've got some results from those questions. As a matter of fact, I've got quotes from the students. There were 147 students who were interviewed in total at each of those groups. In the middle schools, 84% of those students made positive comments about an early college. 8% of those students said they would not be interested. And another 6% said they would be interested, but they wanted to play sports. So if you couldn't play sports and go there, they wouldn't go. In high school, 78% of the students and their comments were positive about early college. 16% said they would not go, and 5% said they wanted to play sports. So overall, of the 147 students that were interviewed, 80.5% of the comments were positive about early college, 13% said no, and 6% said not if I have to give up sports. And I've got pages of the comments that they made. And again, digging through
Listening today, though, one would assume that that has, in the 4 years since, made a complete reversal, and 80% of students and parents would object to early college vociferously and vehemently.
In March, I'm sorry.
May I comment on that?
Sure.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said they conducted focus groups. And that's what I'm hearing from people saying there was no attempt at a focus group anywhere to talk about it now, 6 years later?
What was
And I don't think, 2019?
2019.
So that would
19, well, what years, 5 years later?
Let me complete that. In March and April of 2019, they did staff interviews specifically at First Flight Elementary, Kitty Hawk Elementary, and Manio Elementary, and they asked them to describe their thoughts of early college in Dare County. During a leadership retreat, the early college campaign was part of the superintendent's goals. At principals meetings, early colleges were discussed, as well as at assistant principals meetings. On January 5th, 2022, the then superintendent announced that there had been an ad hoc committee on the Board of Education that had been created for early college. There was a meeting set up on June 3rd, 2022 between then Assistant Superintendent Kinzel and Dean Sweeney and other administration from COA about establishing the focus of the school and setting up the scope and sequence, holding informational sessions with parents and students, and working toward an enrollment and opening for 2023-24. They submitted the application. Letter of intent was due June 15th, 2022. The application was due October 3rd, 2022. And they plan to open either in the fall of 23 or the fall of 24. They received a response from the Department of Public Instruction thanking them for submitting their letter of intent to open a new cooperative innovative high school June 23rd, 2022. They participated in the informational webinar about how to apply and what the focus would have been. They held a 5-on-5 with the county commissioners on July 27th, 2022, where they discussed the Twyford property as it had been set aside for an early college. However, the numbers of those students at the time for the early college were unknown. We were in the middle of the application process, which would have been due in October, and they would have a better idea what those numbers may be. August 9th, in the agenda then, we had changed over. Well, let me jump ahead here. In the summer of 22, there was a major turnover in Dare County Schools administration, where the superintendent, 2 assistant superintendents, director of secondary instruction, director of innovation, director of human resources, finance director, and 2 interim superintendents changed over during that period of time. During the interview process, there were notes from board members about including questions in the interview that related to experience with programs Dare County does not have or may be looking into developing, like junior ROTC, early college, and CTE programs. In September 22, when the application would have been due in October, interim superintendent Blackstock felt like in his role as interim that he should not approve an early college at that time and wait for a new superintendent to be hired before moving the program forward. That's why it wasn't submitted in October. I was hired December 1st of 2022 and told at that time that the board wanted a junior ROTC and an early college. I began immediately working toward both of those. At our retreat in March, we talked about several things, including an early college plan. In May, the board began visiting early colleges in Rocky Mount. At the superintendent certified employees meeting on May 9th, we discussed what is an early college and researching early college. We then had board members visit JP Knapp. On May 14th, 2023, the Coastland Times ran a story that said Dare School Board approves budget, adopts policy changes. The board is investigating establishing an early college for Dare County schools. 3 board members with Assistant Director of Secondary Education, Denise Fallon, visited Rocky Mounts Early College and visited with 9th graders and seniors. Ms. Bothwell reported meeting the students. I think it's a great thing. Chairman Twitty said it's about creating more opportunities. It was a real cool thing. 3 board members will visit Currituck next week. At the superintendent's classified employee meeting on May 16th, we discussed researching early college. What is an early college? That was also discussed at the parent meeting, superintendent's parent advisory meeting on May 17th. On June 8th, we visited the Twyford building with County Manager Outen, Ian Adams, our director, and the maintenance personnel to look over that building. On June 29th, we attended the applicant orientation meeting in order to submit the application. And on August 14th, at its regular meeting, the Dare County Board of Education heard a presentation from Director Fallon that gave them the timeline and the school district application for an early college in Dare County. September 7th, same year, Island Free Press runs a story from Outer Banks Voice. We're looking at expanding opportunities. It was an article about Dare County schools submitting an application for early college. September 7th, application team again meets. And on September 18th, at its regular board meeting, the Dare County Board of Education heard a presentation from Ms. Fallon, giving an update on the application process and noting that she had submitted a draft application to NCDPI. She requested at that time that the board hold a special meeting on September 28th. The board voted to hold a special meeting on September 28th to approve the final early college application. On September 28th, the board held that meeting and presented and approved the final version of the application. Application was submitted October 4th, 2023 to NCDPI. On October the 11th, the Coastland Times ran an article, "Plans for Dare Early College are moving forward." At the superintendent's advisory on October 16th, Director Fallon presented the application update and a possible calendar. On October 19th, same thing was presented to the assistant principals. On October 20th, same thing was presented to the superintendent student advisory. On January 12th, Coastland Times ran an article, "Dare Commissioners Hear About Anticipated Cost of Early College." January 16th, WTKR Channel 3 ran a news story about the early college, Dare County Schools early college proposal moves forward. January 18th, early college proposal gains traction. That was WTKR story as well. Again, in February, we met with Superintendent Student Advisory, and it was on that agenda. January 23rd, the Coastland Times ran another story, "Plans for early college at the COA site advance." January 25th, the Coastland Times ran a story, "New facility recommended for Dare County Early College." Parent advisory on September 26th, it was on that agenda and discussed. February 4th, the Island Free Press ran another story, "Dare Commissioners to Hear Update on Early College Site at Monday Meeting." February 5th, 2024, Dare County Early College moves closer to reality with commissioner's approval. April 10th, the Dare County Capital Improvements Planning Committee meets with COA officials, Town of Manio officials, Dare County officials to consider the design and campus placement for the early college. April 12th, Superintendent Student Advisory Agenda, early college update. April 15th, Coastland Times story, early college planning underway. April 16th, Dare County Capital Improvement Planning Committee holds second meeting with COA officials, Town of Manio officials, and Dare County school officials to consider design and campus placement. April 18th, Virginian Pilot runs an article, "Dare County moves forward with plans for early college high school." April 26th, Island Free Press, series of informational meetings scheduled for Dare County Schools early college program. May 7th, Coastland Times, Bass Knight offers information on early college and school budget. April 13th, 2024, Outer Banks Voice, the ABCs of early college story. I apologize, I don't have the commissioners' meetings in there, but they would have fit in there as well. I say that to say this. I'm hearing nobody knew about it. I'm hearing we haven't talked to anybody about it. I'm hearing we scheduled our parent or our informational meetings too late. Okay? Maybe we did. But I don't see the logic in scheduling informational meetings before you submit an application if there's no possibility that you're going to get it. And maybe that was on me. I'll own that. We did schedule parent meetings in every community. First Flight High School, First Flight Middle School, Cape Hatteras Secondary School, Manio Middle School, and Manio High School. At those meetings, we had 3 parents at Manio Middle. We had approximately 15 parents at Manio High School. We had 1 parent at Cape Hatteras Secondary School. We had 1 parent and a guardian at First Flight Middle School, who happened to be the principal. She was there anyway. And we had 2 parents at First Flight High School. Now, I could do a video of me reading this timeline. We have done the exact same presentation at every single community meeting we've done so that everybody got the same information. The only change to those presentations was if somebody asked a question that wasn't in the presentation, we added it to the presentation so that the next time it would be there. I have personally reached out to anyone that had a question that would call me back to try and provide them with real information, facts, not sugarcoated. Here's the truth. Every time I provide a correct answer, the conversation takes a left. and we hear another thing. I heard, well, I'll go back this morning. We're not Currituck. We don't want to be Currituck. I'm sorry. We're Dare County.
I didn't
We're never
understand.
going to be Currituck.
I didn't understand.
Now, here's, I was an early college principal in Currituck. Here's where that comes from.
That's helpful.
I worked for 6 years at an early college. I've been in an early college. I'd like to see how many people could stand up here and say that. I know how it works. I've seen the benefit to kids. I not only worked in an early college, but I worked with North Carolina New Schools, who started the early college program in North Carolina. And I worked with Research Triangle Institute, who followed up with the early college network of all the early colleges in the state. This is a beneficial program. But I'm telling you right now, if the people in Dare County don't want an early college, then me standing here and arguing in front of you that we need to do this because it's good for kids has gotten completely lost in this conversation. It's ceased to be about what's best for kids. We are taking care of our buildings, we are taking care of our staff, and we're taking care of our students. And we will do that every day. But it's not worth standing here and arguing that you need to give us $25 million for a building where kids or families who consider going there are ridiculed for it. Now, unethical, call me a lot of things, but that's not it. This is about kids. And it appears it's ceased to be. And having said that, I think Mr. Twitty wants to ask you something.
Well, all right, go ahead, Dave. I think I have a suggestion that I'd like to make, but go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Since all the comments that's come to the commissioners and the Board of Education and false information out in the community, I asked Mr. Bassnight to come up with a list, okay? And currently, what you've seen here today is very news to everyone, including our board. He just got finished with it I think, on Friday afternoon.
I was working on it last night.
Okay, finished it last night. So with that being said, I'm asking that you pause the $25 million for the early college until I can have a special call meeting this week with my board to discuss this information and the timelines and see where we go from there.
Well, let me ask you this, Dave, first, or let me ask Bobby this first. Bobby, can you give us some kind of idea with Oakley Collier, which we know Steve, but Dave, they've got a plan. They've worked with y'all. What is our drop dead date to put something out for a bid to build early college so that we can make it in 2025? What's our drop dead?
Dave, you correct me if I'm wrong. When you all approved hiring Oakley Collier, I don't know when was that, February-ish, then that was the last possible minute, if you were going to make a 25 deadline, that you could get them started. So we did that, and they're working on that now. I believe that they're going to have their plans and things done in an August, September timeframe, Dave.
I believe that's what it was.
And if they can do that, then we would open the early college in 25 at the Twyford building with the 50 or
Actually, on the COA campus.
I'm sorry,
On the COA,
campus.
that's what I thought,
Right,
yeah.
on the COA campus with the 50 or less people that'll be in the first class. And then by the 26th year, we would have the sort of the 18 months time frame that we need to build it. But we got to be in a position before the first of the year, right, Dave, in order to bid it, in order to meet that time frame.
All right, well, you've answered my question. In other words, what you're saying, we got plenty of time. Dave, I'd like to piggyback on what you're suggesting. As soon as you talk to your board, I'd like to hold a town hall meeting in Dare County as soon as possible, and let's hear from the public about early college. Are you guys agreeable to that?
Fine with that.
I'll call that meeting ASAP as soon as you let me know.
Okay.
No, he just talked, he just said, January.
So,
Yeah.
so I'm gathering, Mr. Chairman, then we would tell Oakley Collier to keep rolling.
Oh,
We're not
yeah,
gonna
no,
stop him.
I'm not shutting them down. I'm just asking superintendent and the chairman if that's something that you would agree with, that this board, you couldn't have outlined it any better, Steve. I mean, for somebody to say they didn't know anything about early college, I mean, with what you just presented, it blows my mind.
And
Just
my
totally
my
blows.
request is the $25 million for the early college. If y'all could go ahead and approve the capital funding, or is that tied in together, Bobby?
You can do it however you want.
Listen, we address CIP on a monthly basis. So I don't know that we have to make that decision today.
Okay.
We change that periodically. We have CIP meetings.
Mr. Chairman,
We have to.
my suggestion, the problem is we've got other things besides early college on
Understand.
that first year. So
Understand.
we need to get those approved so that we can get those projects going that aren't early college.
But why don't you do that pending?
So
Hey, Bobby, I'm sorry. You're good to go with what you have in front of you. All your budget actions exclude the LOBS funded deals. So anything Public Works, the Buxton Public Works, the Sheriff CID, the
No, we're
next
not worried about that,
EMS.
Dave. We're on the schools.
In the schools.
We're on the
But they're
schools.
treated the same. The $25 million project are not in your budget actions for today. So everything's set to move forward with everything else.
But it's in the CIP. If we approve the CIP, it's approved,
Well,
right?
You are
That's right.
correct.
But we still have to come back to you. We can't
Have to come
start
back.
building, we can't enter a contract. We can't do anything without coming back to you. And if you changed your mind, then we wouldn't do it. And then we can rearrange the CIP anytime you want. I mean, it's not like the budget where once you do it, you're locked in for a
Right.
year. You can change the CIP anytime you want to change it.
We just approve the CIP and get a vote and
So,
go
or
forward
you,
on the basis
at a
of-
minimum, you should prove the water CIP, you should prove the county CIP. You decide what you want to do with the school CIP. You can approve the school CIP. Can they approve with everything except the early college? So approve the school CIP with everything but the early college.
That's what.
That's my question.
That's what I'm-
That's what we're trying to get at.
That's what he's
Yes.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what he's
We
saying.
can do that.
And once Chair Twitty hears from his board and we hold a town hall meeting with respects to it, then we can make our decisions after that concerning the school CIP. I mean, if you're agreeable to that.
Yes.
If the board's agreeable to that. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
You're in the superintendent's timeline there. There was the public said they wanted it, if I heard him right, and there was an opportunity, and this has nothing to do with the board. There was an opportunity with previous administration, perhaps two previous administrations, to act on this. And it ended up being a can kind of being kicked down the road. It was an inability to act. So now we're acting on it. And now here comes the rocks and stuff. So, they're doing their job, and here comes the flack. So I agree with the town hall stuff. Let's get it out in the open and move forward.
And David, as soon as you let me know, I'll get with you and your board and our board, and we'll hold a town hall.
Okay.
With that being said, I want to really make it publicly clear that the BOE is an elected body. And I don't know how many, and I've been to your meetings. I have not seen an outcry against early college at your meetings. But I have all the faith in that elected body that they're doing what is needed to educate our kids. And I trust you and your board, and you, Steve, especially as a superintendent, your knowledge and expertise. We're fortunate to have you. And I just want to make that publicly clear that we support you and we support our kids. And I think we step up to the plate when it comes to funding what needs to be funded for our kids in Dare County.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was very kind. None of this could happen without y'all. I mean, and everybody needs to realize that. You provided and provide funding for us every day. We have this conversation every year. And you step up continuously. And I, having been in other places, this isn't the way it works everywhere. And I want to thank each of you, Bobby, your office, Dave, for what you do for the kids in Dare County. And please, this is not about me, and it's not about our board. It's about somebody trying to make decisions based on what's best for the kids in Dare County. And the truth of all that is, we can't stop moving forward because we're good. Because if we stop, we won't be good anymore.
See, Steve, on that, someone earlier quoted, how will these decisions impact our children and families, which is on our agenda each month.
Well, yeah, we know.
But my point is, I kept struggling with, I don't understand the negative impacts on kids, giving options, opportunities, choice, facilities, support and endorsement from the administration. That's why I asked about safety. I said the only possible reason could be we've decided to compromise somehow the safety and health of these kids, and I don't believe we have. So I keep looking for where are these bad things by providing choice, not mandating, not compelling, not restricting.
Everybody gets to have an opinion, but like where you're sitting right now, at some point, somebody has to make a decision. And that's where we are. And I respect people's opinions. I do. But I also think it's only fair that the first thing you think isn't that somebody's doing something behind your back, that somebody's really making decisions based on what's best for kids and providing for what the students in Dare County needs. And that's what we're trying to do. This is not about getting over anybody or having more than somebody else or dividing up the county. This is about moving everybody forward.
Bob,
Yes, sir.
so as usual, I'm gonna piss everybody off. But I really don't give a care. I really don't. B. Bass Knight, Irvin Bateman, Danny Couch, Mary Helen, all got an email encouraging us to write a letter to the Dare County Board of Commissioners detailing every 17 emails that we got, exactly what it said in that letter. And every one of those emails said the same thing that letter said, to not vote on, delay the vote. 17 emails came to everything. 17. Did you get it, B?
I got it. I got phone
Encouraging
calls
us to
too.
write it and to deny this thing. They're going against the children of Dare County. Come on, give me a break. And we're cowing down to them
I didn't get that. Why didn't I get one?
because you don't belong to that entity. I used to belong to that entity.
That went to everybody.
Goodness. Didn't go to
Get
me.
any-
I mean, it
didn't get
really
any
just
emails?
pisses me off. What that does, is that's,
Nobody said sign up, Rob.
I didn't get the original one either.
this is held
Somebody
up,
sent it to me.
something that we're doing for the people of Dare County. It's held up stuff for kids. And it's held up 3 hours of us debating back and forth what is good and what's not best for our children. It's completely ridiculous. It's political. And that's wrong. That is wrong, 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 wrong. You don't do what you want to do. I'm gonna sit back here and be Irvin and be really nice from here on, but I had to say something because I'm about ready to freaking explode.
And Mr. Ross,
Sorry, that was the my long description that caused that. I apologize.
Mr. Ross, you were talking about safety. There's not many schools that have a resource officer in every school, thanks to
Right.
the county of Dare,
Thank you.
Nags
Our
Head Town
nurses.
Hall,
On
and the
nurses.
town of Southern Shores having law enforcement and
Right,
school
and
nurses.
Nurses, yes.
So that is part of the safety plan as well. And having that,
And we
Well,
know that.
And David, I knew that, which is why I was questioning with some skepticism why we would suddenly reverse course and jeopardize the safety of the kids. It didn't make sense to me, but I felt I had to ask the question.
I'm gonna say one more thing. This is,
I want-
no, let me finish
All
real
right,
quick.
finish.
One more thing, y'all.
Say one more thing.
Get in your car and drive to Terrell County, Pasquotank County,
Yeah.
Camden County, Hertford, all over the place, and look at the schools they got. And then come down and look and see what we have here. Go in their classrooms, look at our teachers we have, look at the quality of our superintendents, our school boards. Folks, we got the best of everything. Come
Yeah,
on.
we do.
It's called gratitude. Be grateful for what we have instead of continuously criticizing and being the person that's blocking things. Now I'm done.
Okay. And I want to say, having served 12 years on the Board of Education, and I was the chairman when that first started. Well, I wasn't the chairman when it started under Sue Burgess, when we started talking about the early college, but I was the chairman in 2018-19. I want to say that this Board of Commissioners, and I was not a part of that, but a lot of these people have truly never denied our schools what we needed, when we needed it. And as I told people I talk with, I would never vote to withhold things from our school. But I think your timeline is excellent. I wish we had heard that a long time ago, and I think a lot of people need to hear that.
I
you
didn't
know?
have it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
So I
emails
think-
and a
I
lot
think-
of Google Docs. and a
Yeah,
lot-
I think that's
That was his
important.
homework assignment. Left.
Yeah, I think that's important for people to know, because I know the history when I was there. And you were right on the things that happened. But since then, there have been other things.
Let me speed things up real quick. Bobby, isn't
Sorry.
the ribbon cutting it too?
Yes.
We need to recess and head to the ribbon cutting because I've got comments to make. The board
Yeah,
needs
we
to
got-
be there. So we're going to recess and come back. It's the only thing I know to do.
You have that, you can do that.
Pardon?
Yeah, you can do that.
All right. So do I need a motion to do that?
To recess,
To recess? Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
What time? What
I
time are we?
I made a motion.
Oh, okay.
2:45?
Be bass night,
Huh?
I don't know, ribbon cutting and speeches, so
Yeah.
3:00.
3:00.
3:00.
Second by Commissioner Couch. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye opposed, like sign, motion carries unanimous. We'll call the Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting back to order. And before I call on the county manager, we just recessed to attend the ribbon cutting at the new hangar, the EMS 7 station. And guys, lady, I don't know about you, but I can't be any more proud of what this board has accomplished with the funding for all of these new EMS facilities. You know what, when you talk to I talked to as many of the employees as I possibly could, and they are so grateful. But you know what? Anybody that goes to work deserves a nice place to work, and it deserves the right equipment to be able to do their job. And that story about the lady that had passed away, and that was incredible. Just unbelievable, the job that our folks do. So I couldn't be any more proud of how much funding we've done to keep our citizens safe. With that being said, County Manager.
So, Mr. Chairman, we were in the middle of our discussion about the capital improvement plan. And so I'll turn it back over to you to complete that and to give us guidance on where to go.
Yes, and we need to decide on that. I'd like for Finance Director Clausen to reiterate Commissioner Bassnight's concern about the funding and how that takes place. So would you reiterate that, Dave, how that falls in place and what we're doing?
The capital project ordinances and the budget amendments you have to adopt include all the projects except the ones that are funded by limited obligation bonds. So the Public Works facility, the Buxton Public Works, the Nags Head EMS, the Sheriff's CID building, and in 25, the early college are not included in these actions. You take what we normally do. There's such big projects that we'll bring them to you after we do our RFQ and select architect, and then
Gotcha.
do the budget just for the architect. Then you'll go to the next phase when they have their final. Here's our estimate for what we think it's going to cost. Is that okay with the model, and have you approve it? Then do the CM at risk or take the construction bids. Then come back to you again and say, here's the amount. And that's the time when we really go.
So basically passing the CIP has no bearing as far as.
That's
right.
Right.
Those numbers are a placeholder so that we don't commit them somewhere else until you make a final decision. And you don't make a final decision until we get a bid and sign the contract. Anytime from now until we sign a contract with a builder, you have the right not to go forward with the project if you choose to, on any of the projects, but on the ones we're talking about in particular. So approval of the CIP holds that money in place. And for those projects that we're funding with cash, they'll go forward. With those that we're having to borrow money, but we've got a number of other steps to take before you can finally approve any of those projects.
Gotcha.
Move to approve the recommended plans and adopt capital project ordinances and budget amendments for fiscal year 2025.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the vice chairman to approve. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Chairman, that brings us to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, you have the approval of the minutes from April 17th and May 7th. You have the renewal of agreements with the SPCA. You have the Resilient Coastal Communities Program applications. You have a delegation of authority for the Dare County Transportation fiscal year 26. You have 2024 Avon Property Owners Association fireworks display. You have the NC Emergency Management Disaster Relief and Mitigation. You have interlocal agreements with the municipalities within Dare County pertaining to the Motorola Flex public software, or public safety software. You have a budget amendment for a SHIP grant at the bomb center. You have the 2025 opiate settlement funds for the health department. And you have the Social Services Division MOU between North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and Dare County.
Move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Counts to approve. Is there a second?
Before we do that, I need to make one change to the commissioner's minutes.
Okay.
Under Commissioner House's comments, it says that the Marine Life Protection Act, House Bill 992 was adopted, the same balloon ordinance. That House bill is still pending. It has not been adopted.
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to reflect that.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ross. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next are your board appointments. First, we have the COA Board of Trustees. The chairman's term is expiring and he wishes to be reappointed.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by the vice chair to reappoint. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ross. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
Next is the
And
Dare County
ladies.
Waterways Commission.
Ladies, excuse me.
Steve Coulter, Danny Couch, Ernie Foster, and Natalie Kavanaugh all have terms that are expiring and they all wish to be reappointed.
Move to reappoint all.
Second.
The motion on the floor by the vice chairman to reappoint all has been seconded by Commissioner Bateman and House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the extraterritorial jurisdiction for the town of Southern Shores. John Finelli's term is expiring and he wishes to be reappointed.
Move to reappoint.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner House to reappoint. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bass Knight. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Hatteras Community Center.
Fedison.
I'm sorry, the Pheasant Center Advisory Board. Kenneth Bright, John Griffin, Brian Jones all have terms that are expiring and wish to be reappointed. Howie Easley's term is expiring, but she does not wish to be reappointed, and we do not have a recommendation at this time for that seat.
Move to reappoint Kenneth Bright, John Griffin, and Brian Jones.
Second.
The motion on the floor by the vice chair to reappoint has been seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Hatteras Community Center. Seats of Ron Whitaker and Laura Young both have terms that are expiring, and they both wish to be reappointed.
Move to reappoint Whitaker and Young, please.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch to reappoint. It's been seconded by the vice chair and Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. Seats of Jennifer Smith, Spencer Gregory, Marsha Ribner Caddy, and Stephen Westcott are all expiring. They all wish to be reappointed. Melinda Magowski's term is expiring. She does not wish to be reappointed. Vance Haskett, the former Town of Manio police chief who retired on October 31st, 2023. Is that seat that is expiring? Retired, okay.
And then
And then Brad Ebert, who is the new Manio police chief, has been recommended to fill that seat. Jennifer Smith, who fills the position of members of the business.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
It said Brad Elert is the new,
Brad Elert, the new town police chief.
he recommends someone,
Yes.
Anthony
Corbin.
He recommended Anthony Corbin to fill that seat.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Brad.
No, I
was-
read it wrong. You're right. Okay. Jennifer Smith, who fills the position of the member of the business community, will move to fill Melinda Magowski's seat as a therapist. Marsha Ribner Caddy, who fills the at-large seat, will move to fill the member of the business community seat. And then the JCPC recommends that Steve Vanover be appointed to the then vacant at-large seat.
Let me just, this one I read over a couple of times.
It makes sense to me because I'm on that committee. And,
Well, yeah, of course it makes sense to
Why don't we
you.
take
I'm out here
a
in the
piece at a
dark.
time?
But I mean, it does sound confusing, but
Yeah.
what we have is you have one seat that's moving from one position to another. And then you have someone because it was an at-large seat, she's moving to a therapist.
Well,
because she is a therapist.
That's what I was going to ask. Does a
And then-
therapist have to be a therapist, or is that just a
Yes.
honorary title, or
Yeah,
what?
no, and then then Marsha's going to fill the at-large seat that Melinda's now currently sits in. And then the other ones are just basically reappointments. The police chief, Brad, has appointed one of his people that's on the police department, Anthony Corbin, to fill that, the Manio Police Department seat.
So there are two nominees for one seat.
Let me make it easier. You have Jennifer Smith, Spencer Gregory, Marsha Ribner Caddy, and Stephen Westcott, who all want to be reappointed. Melinda Magowski does not want to be reappointed. And Vance Haskett, who retired in his seat, they're recommending Anthony Corbin. So Anthony Corbin would go into the police chief seat. So then the next ones were Jennifer Smith, who's now on the board, as a member of the business community. She's also a therapist. She would fill Melinda Magowski's seat, who doesn't want to be reappointed, as a therapist. And then Marsha Ribner Caddy, who, if you reappoint, as we stated before, she's now in an at-large seat. We would move to put her in the business community seat that was vacated by the therapist.
Yeah.
And then we would take Steve Vanover to put in the now vacant at-large seat. I don't know if that made it more confusing or less, but.
No, that
And-
did help, Bobby, actually. Thank you.
And
Uh,
Anthony
You know, all
Corbin
that's
to fill a
easy
seat
for you to
also.
say.
I'll make a motion to approve all.
Yeah.
Do you know the nominees, Steve?
Yeah.
Mr. Corbin and Mr. Vanover?
Vanover, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Mr. House, Commissioner House. And is there a second? Seconded by the vice chairman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion
And
carries
I will
unanimously.
bring up at the next meeting to make it a little bit easier to follow next time we have quite a few like that.
Some of us are not that quick.
Next, we have the Mans Harbor Community Center. Bonnie Sawyer and Clyde Gard both have terms expiring, and they'd both like to be reappointed.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by the vice chair. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
Next is the Roanoke Island Community Center. Daniel Selby and Lynette Ford both have terms expiring, and they both wish to be reappointed.
Move to reappoint.
There's a motion on the floor by the vice chair. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And finally, you have the Rodanthe Wade Salvo Community Center. J.W. Kurskowski and Susan Gray both have terms expiring, and they both wish to be reappointed.
Move to reappoint Ms. Gray and Mr. Kierskowski.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch to reappoint. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bass Knight. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm just looking at the two reappointees, and Mr. Kurskowski has been on the board for 36 years. Is there a reasonable point where you say someone should rotate off or on?
There may be, if I may, there
Yeah.
may be, but the empirical knowledge that man has is without question. He's a good guy. I don't know if that means anything, but
And he is a volunteer.
yeah, he's
Right.
he's financially set. He's volunteer.
Yeah.
If you want to take my recommendation is to reappoint those two.
Okay. All right. I just saw 36 years and I thought, is there a point where we say someone new should be on the board, or do we just keep going until they drop?
Well, that's certainly been brought up in the past.
And it has, if the board, wouldn't it be if the Rodanthe Wave Salvo board made that recommendation, we would act on that? Or
Maybe it would help. Yeah. Usually I look for some endorsement and, okay. But I'm sorry?
He's not a full-time resident of Rodanthe Wave Salvo. And he's been on the board for 36 years.
He is a resident. We've had our folks check on that, so I don't
I've
think there's
had emails and I've asked the
Eligibility.
county manager to look into that.
Skylar to track that down.
And she tracked it down. So I don't know where that's coming from, but we can only go by what we research.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
No.
Motion carries.
Your upcoming appointments in July, you have the East Lake Community Center Board with 1 term, the Game and Wildlife Commission with 4 terms, the Older Adult Services Board with 1 term, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board with 8 terms, the Wanchese Community Center Board with 2 terms. In August, you have the ABC Board with 2 terms, the Parks and Rec Advisory Council with 1 term, and the Virginia S. Tillett Community Center Advisory Board with 4 terms. And then in September, the Albemarle Region Resource Conservation and Development Council with 1 term, and the Health and Human Services Board with 4 terms. That would be your agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, County Manager. That brings us to item 18. Prior to doing that, I'd like to respond to some public comment. Ms. Ada Hoffel, I think I responded to her when she mentioned that the contract to pull that pipe out, 70, 80 feet of pipe, it was $525,000. That was not the actual cost. That was just a contract that was let. I don't have confirmation of what that bill is, but I'm certainly hoping and praying that's not what that contractor cost to pull that.
Chair, make that clear. That was the Park Services bill, though, not our bill.
That's exactly right. It's the Park Services bill, not ours. But I want to make that known. And with respects to June 19th celebration, we were challenged to attend that. I will certainly put it on my calendar and try to attend. Andrew Palmer, Early College, he made some comments about that. I think we addressed that in our board meeting. Pam.
Apparently it's
Adrian Palmer.
Adrian Palmer,
Sorry.
excuse me. Pam Anderson, also Outer Banks SPCA. I think we heard from the director of the SPCA. There were some other issues there. I'd like for staff to maybe certainly have a conversation with them to see if there's anything else there valid that Ms. Anderson brought up.
I did do some separate follow-up on that
You
topic
did?
outside of this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Ms. Swick, the balloon issue, we've set that for a public hearing. Elizabeth Zensky or whatever, Airport Road, that's not our property. It's not our road. Bobby, you want to address it?
Yeah, I asked, while you all were talking, I asked the Public Works Director to look into that and let me know. Gilbert Street, where she was talking about, is within the town of Manio. We don't pick up trash in the town of Manio. The town picks up their trash. So whatever issues she has with a garbage truck turning around there is a town of Manio issue.
So it wasn't our truck at all?
Wasn't our truck on Gilbert Street. And then her issues with whatever was going on Airport Road, our Deputy Public Works Director went out there and drove that. That's a DOT road and a DOT issue, and we haven't ever put anything out there by us. So whatever's going on out
So
there.
we have no jurisdiction there
Is a
either?
DOT issue as
Okay.
well. So both of those weren't things that we can fix.
Right. And then last but not least, God bless Mr. Harris. He said we all need a raise. Y'all think about that.
Make a motion to no.
Think about next budget time. And then last but not least, Ms. Fagan made some valid points this morning about the closure of Roosevelt Street. And then Mr. Alton, would you respond to her comments, please? And so we can set the record straight as to why there are two different issues between Washington Street closing and Roosevelt Street closing.
She made reference to arbitrary and capricious standard. This is a discretionary act of the board, and so the board has the right to approve or disapprove at their leisure because it's a discretionary act. It's not a mandatory act by the statute. Unlike the zoning issues where it is a mandatory act, this is not one. The second thing is we've abandoned a few roads over time, and I won't say absolutely never, but I can't remember one where we abandoned one where someone objected to the abandonment. And in this case, we did have a property owner objecting to the abandonment. And so that is different than other abandonments that we had, at least in my memory. So that's it. The people that own the land. So anyway, so that makes that one different.
All right, that completes that. That brings up Commissioner's business, County Manager business. County Manager,
Sure.
You're up on deck.
The first thing is we got a grant that came in after the agenda had been done. It's a grant for $425,000. It's another one of those pass-through grants. It's a grant for the Frisco Fire Department, and it's a grant to pay for the architect. I'll read what it says. Is to obtain professional service from a North Carolina licensed architect to evaluate and determine how to best provide a code-compliant and resilient fire station able to meet all needs of the community. And so what we're being asked to do is approve this grant, which will come to us on behalf of the Frisco Fire Department, and then we would.
Where'd the grant come from?
I'm sorry? The grant comes from the North Carolina Department of Public Safety.
I'll move to approve on that.
Second. Yep.
Excuse me. There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch, been seconded by Commissioner House. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
This comes from Health and Human Services. We've had a heck of a time hiring advanced practice practitioners, nurses with degrees further along that can do certain things and be provided. We currently have 2 positions vacant, one from a retirement and another from a relocation. This position was posted a year ago and an offer was made. We only had 2 qualified applicants at the salary ranges that we were given. The offer was made in August of 2023, and she accepted contingent upon finding housing, but she hasn't been able to find housing at her salary level that she can come and live. And so we haven't been able to fill those positions.
Housing's an issue.
The other position that we have has been vacant since April, and we've had no applications at all for that position. The other position only had two qualified applicants in a year. We met, or I say we, our staff met with some of the local providers to figure out what they were paying similar positions in the private world, if you will. And we found that, you know, they can make significantly more money anywhere but here. So we aren't in the ballpark now, even with all that we've done with salaries for this level of a position, to get qualified applicants or get them to come here to fill these positions. HR and Health Department has worked together. They've looked at what advanced providers' salaries are. And to get in the market, we need to increase the hiring rate to $110,000. And the current hiring rate, minimum rate now is about 84. And we've been offering 90 and we're not getting any traction at all.
These are nurse practitioners
Yes.
or physician's assistants, right?
Yes.
PAs or
PAs or,
NPs.
yes. So we'd like to do is make adjustments in those positions. To do that, you can't just fix those two. You got to fix the other ones that are there too.
Yep.
To do that, to do it all, costs about $109,000, $109,920. We've got two vacant in-home aid positions that have been vacant forever. And Sheila believes that we can eliminate those positions and use those funds to fund this and continue to do the things that we're currently able to do. And we would still have an in-home aid position to fill as well. So again, what they're asking is to allow us to make those changes that I just described in the salary structure so that we can have a chance to hire and fill these critical positions that we need in the health department.
Makes sense to me.
Me too. Move to approve, please.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Couch. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. The floor is open for further discussion.
Can we tie this motion to the commissioner's pay raise that was recommended earlier? No. Okay, we'll keep them separate. Don't write that down, Mary Ellen.
All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.
And at the appropriate time, I need a closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A5 to instruct the county staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken on or by the county in negotiating the price of other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property in the matter of the property, which is parcel number 023299000. So I don't know if you do that now or after Commissioner's business, but
Let's do it after Commissioner's business, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Commissioner Bassnight, would you kick that off? for us?
Certainly will. I'll just have one thing to say. This weekend, we'll have a lot of high school seniors walking across the stage to start the next chapter of their lives. And so I hope they have much success. And I want to say a great big thank you to all of our educators in Dare County.
Hey, do you have any idea how many may walk across with associates too?
13, I think they told us.
Wow. That's great. Good deal. Commissioner Ross.
I shall be brief, as I always am. Chuckling is inappropriate, Commissioner House.
You told me you weren't going to say anything.
I was kidding. I'm going to be speaking with the North Beaches Rotary Club breakfast at Duckwoods on Thursday. They invited me to bring them up to date, if I would, on county business, county activities, and I will be presenting with the summary of many of the things we talked about today. This past Saturday, the Nags Head Golf Links and Links Ladies Social Group hosted its annual Drive for the Cure breast cancer fundraiser and awareness campaign, and I was able to volunteer along with about 40 or 50 others, and it was a ladies-only tournament, as it is every year. Roughly 120 players played, and it was again this year a very big success, all money being donated locally to women going through cancer services here in Dare County. And this past Saturday night, I attended the Lost Colony as a guest of the Roanoke Island Historical Association. And I must say the production level was very, very upscale, as in, New York off-Broadway kind of caliber. And it was a very enjoyable evening. So I want to just say thank you very much to that Roanoke Island Historical Association for their kind hosting of me at that event. So thank you. That's all.
You wear your pink?
I did not. I went a little bit downscale, but.
My niece played.
Oh, you mean in the golf tournament?
Yeah, in the golf.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'll show you the picture after. I was going to give it to Dorothy. I've got my pink knickers and Argyle socks, the whole works.
Yeah, my niece played it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
She saw me then because I had every group come through.
Good.
I was on hole 12. There's a large pond that's difficult to carry. So I am the designated hit it over the pond on the
That's
green
right.
guy.
Okay, gotcha. So, good deal. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner House?
Yeah, just a couple of things. In case you haven't heard, flounder season for recreational fishing is closed. Will not open this year. And if you can well imagine, that has stirred up quite a ruckus within the fishing community on both sides of the fence. And I'm sure the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries will be hearing quite a bit about that as well. It's been a long day. I won't get into a whole bunch of other particulars on that, but we'll do our day in history. 1959, since we've talked about schools, the very first graduation of the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs on this day, 1959. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who was the first grad?
I don't know. Somebody was in the Air Force.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chairman O.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, as always, I'd like to say congratulations to our service pin recipients, Kim and Tina, for their 35 years of service, and congratulations to Matt Hester. Matt does such a great
He does, doesn't he?
for us.
Matt.
And as they said, anytime you call him, he helps out. Attended the Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum ribbon cutting. I'm sure Commissioner Couch is going to talk more about this on Thursday the 16th, and it is quite something. It is worth the trip to see. One of the things of interest to me, they had actually a German Enigma machine there, which is first one of those I've ever seen. Read about them a lot, but it was pretty interesting. With regard to flounder, I have it on pretty good authority that the way they were treated by the Marine Fisheries Commission this season, they got mad and swam up to Virginia, and the other ones went to South Carolina, where they were not threatened.
Exactly.
So they're living good lives up there, and everything be fine. So whenever our crowd comes to their senses, maybe they'll swim back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Bateman?
Yes, sir. Bobby, have we heard anything more about the bike path money the federal money we're trying to get? Okay. And are they doing anything on the north end bike path that they would take up the Orange New Skid? That's all along that bike pathway?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I thought maybe they might be repaving it. Somebody called me up and said they've taken all the skid.
If they have, they didn't send me any notice of it.
Okay, all right. The other thing I had, Dare Challenge, we've got one building going up now. We've got all our permits in hand. Everything is going good. The next building should be started in the next 3 to 5 weeks. It's a slow process, but it's getting ready to gear up really, really quick. I'm very excited about the whole thing. And we just purchased another piece of property in Wanchese for Women's Center. It's going to be fantastic. We've got, this property was built for us. It's already freestanding. We can be able to house 6 women there. And just to address another issue in Dare County that we're all trying to work on.
Fantastic work on your part,
And,
Irvin.
this board stepped up to the plate and get the $200,000 seed money that helped all this stuff come to play.
Right.
And so I
Yeah,
wanna
but your
thank y'all.
advocacy in Raleigh was incredible.
I agree. Irv, take some credit, man. You deserve
Absolutely.
it. Well done. Well done.
We're good to go. That's it.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Couch?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Wally, Commissioner Overman, Vice Chairman, bringing up the Graveyard Atlantic Museum. That is, at this point, the premier maritime heritage facility in North Carolina. They'll be building a really nice flagship piece down in Beaufort. That's going to take a while. That's got some state boxes that need to be checked, but they're doing a great job. They've been averaging right around 880, call it 900 attendance. That was as of last week, but I think they're hanging in there. We've had a resurgence of volunteers, and there's been a lot of changes in the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, but I think they're good. They're going to, I think, move a little bit away from such a focus on history and make it more entertaining. The aquarium folks have been a real proactive in helping us out, kind of getting away from the history and the science and just moving into things that are more people are going to appreciate for its entertainment value. On Thursday of last week, I was intrigued by the over at COA was the Sikatan Alliance, back in the days of the Lost Colony. And thank you, B and Rob, for bringing that up. I did hear that it was pretty good, and talking with you that it's just, they've got a lot to look forward to this year, and I hope that's the case. This Sikatan Alliance, the Spirit of Wingina, he was the one guy that was beheaded by Ralph Lane, Colonel Ralph Lane, and really set a bad tone for what was going to happen with the relationship between the English and the Indians. Had that incident been removed, I think things would have, maybe history would not have changed. But here's my point. It was such a great mix of scholarly stuff. I mean, as a guy from the Tuscarora up the Iroquois speaking languages up there, he did a really great job. There was the director of the history department there, Dr. Smallwood. You also had Dr. Charles Ewan, who has done a whole lot of stuff. He did the Tuscarora digs, just really, really cool. It was packed. It wasn't, they didn't charge, but it was packed. And it was just right there at a point that we didn't have to call on Steve Kovacs to come in there. But yeah, and plus it's such a nice facility. So from a historical standpoint, that's really stuff that has been overlooked. And as Wingina, his name was changed to Pimispan later on, but he was a government type figure. He would have been very valuable, but they beheaded him because he was a threat to Ralph Lane. Not a whole lot of conspiracy stuff I want to get into, but it was really good. They did a great job there. And again, congratulations to Matt Hester. I don't think there's anybody on this board that has not had to talk to him on an individual basis. And by the way, Matt, I need something I have to talk to you about on my phone. So I was well deserved, and shout out to Skylar as well. Everybody who is at the immediate disposal of this board. We couldn't do what we do without them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Couch. And I echo your comments on Matt. Anytime you need anything done, all you got to do is pick up the phone call, and he's on it immediately. And congratulations, Matt, once again, well deserved. One other item I have on the Commissioner's business was brought to my attention by Michael Burris about the boat ramp in Wanchese. And Commissioner Bateman has a lot of history behind this, and I'd like for him to address it. But the concern is this boat ramp down in Wanchese, nobody can park anywhere, either north or south, could be east-west, I don't know, either property to park their trailer and their boat once they launch, their vehicle once they launch their boat. Irvin, you've got some history on that. Do you want to address it, or Bobby, you want to address it?
Irvin, you talked to Irvin. Irvin called me.
Okay.
That's the way it works.
And there is an issue down there. We have what's called a license agreement for a piece of property right across from where that boat ramp is that we got, I don't know, some number of years ago. And I called Cook Seafood. I talked to them up in Portsmouth, and they were very accommodating. They said, no, they're not trying to prevent anybody from parking. They said there's some old oil tanks on that property, and they had to remove those under the state made them get rid of those things. And they had to then go in and excavate all the dirt and all the sand and get all that out. And so the property is real soft, and they said that they couldn't allow anybody to go on that property until the soil hardened and got strengthened back out. They didn't have any choice but to remove and remediate the oil that was there. And so they have it roped off until the state says, okay, it's now satisfactory to go back on it. He's going to meet me down there. There may be some part of that property that's not roped off. And if there is, what we agreed to do is we would put up some signage that says parking for the boat ramp here. And we'll provide the signs. And he said we could put it up, and that way we can try to accommodate it. But they weren't trying to mess up anything. We're not talking about developing it. They just had to do what they had to do. And they'll try to make what's left, if there's any left, available for parking if they can. So we're working on that now. Hopefully have that resolved shortly, but we've been on it.
Super. And I understand on the opposite side, Kenny Daniels owns that property. Are you familiar with that? I guess it's on the opposite side.
The property that Kenny Daniels owns down there. When I went online to look, I was looking at all the parcels around it. And there's parcels owned by 2 or 3 entities in that area, and Wanchese Seafood something LLC owns something down there as well. So there's.
Can you look into that and
into what Kenny Daniels?
Yeah, Kenny Daniels
Sure.
piece, and see if it's a possibility there of, I don't know, buying the property or leasing it or whatever. I don't know. See if it's an option.
Sure.
If you don't mind. So I can respond to the individual that approached me. All right, with that being said, Ms. Hester, Public Information Officer, do you have anything for us?
No, nothing to bring forward.
Okay. Ms. Hester is a new member of the Rehab Board along with myself. And we had a meeting Saturday. And I'm anxious to see the play this year as well. I see it 3 or 4 times every year. So I'm anxious to get out there and see it. Yeah, it's they're trying some new things to draw the ticket sales. You know, if you have it in your genes to make a donation, it would be greatly appreciated. But they're constantly seeking funds for the Lost Colony, and you know, it'll hold what, 700 plus. But it's never really sold out.
Actually, they had 1,200, I think they said on.
Well, that was the opening night.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that, you know, that's,
They rarely reach.
yeah.
It was, I was there Friday night, and, you know, my seats were up front, but I like to sit on the back row, so you can just get an overview. I had to move 3 times because I had somebody's seat, so they had ticketed even the back row
Wow.
Friday night, so it was full.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, appreciate you supporting them, Rob, going to that. So if you get a chance, try to attend that. Thank you, Dorothy. Finance Director, Mr. Clausen, do you have anything else for us?
Yeah, just quickly, you know, a month ago from this coming Wednesday, we sold bonds. We needed 27.9 million. And because we had 79.7 million orders, we were able to go back twice and lower the interest rate. So we lowered it to a 358 final, and had orders from, 6 bond funds, 2 brokers, bank trust, an insurance company, and 5, this is fairly new, SMAs, which are separately managed accounts for individuals. So, and a lot of good names. So we had a successful sale.
Good deal. Good deal. All right.
And just for the benefit of the
Yeah.
public, all that work that we do to get that bond rating makes that possible. That our bonds and our debt's in demand, and so we get lower rates because we are rated highly and,
Right.
and our risk is minimal.
The savings we achieve in interest as a result of the work they do are really significant.
Yeah.
They're very significant. So Dave, you, Sally, your
Yep.
team, thank you.
So what you're saying is they earn their salary.
They earn it. Yes, sir, they do. They do.
All right, with that being said, I need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner House, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Call the Dare County Board of Commissioners meeting back to order.
In the closed session, the board approved the minutes of the last closed session and gave the county attorney the position to be taken by on behalf of the county in negotiating the price or other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you, County Manager. That brings us to a motion to adjourn until Monday, July the 15th. The motion on the floor by Commissioner House. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bateman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous.